Welcome you all, and to announce that we have this morning with us none other than our Vice Principal, Rector, and Vice Chancellor, rather, of the University of Pretoria, Professor Tawana Kupe. Professor, thank you so much. He's just jetted in from Oz, so we're really delighted that he was able to make this morning. Very briefly, Professor Tawana Kupe has been our Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Pretoria since 2019. He holds a DPhil in Media Studies from the University of Oslo, Norway, so not too far from our Finnish colleagues. And he has also received an honorary doctorate from Michigan State University, as well as the University of Montpellier in France. He has a notable publication record, and for time, we're not going to go through that. Professor Kupe takes a great interest in all student and academic activities and spins around the campus attending all these kinds of functions. So Prof. Kupe, without further ado, I know you have a very packed day. I would like to welcome you. I would also like to just make the announcement, you did sign when you entered, that this event is being live streamed and recorded. So just so that everybody knows in terms of POPI, etc. Professor Kupe, thank you so much for being here, and may I hand over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Caroline Harris. Since you say we have Finnish colleagues here, I would like also to disclose that one of my external examiners for my PhD was from Finland. So we joined at the hip. So thank you, Prof. Harris, again for that warm introduction, and for once again, through the Department of Historical and Heritage Studies, shepherding a groundbreaking initiative that is the SUCSESS, spelled wrongly, HUP initiative. Good morning to everyone. I know it's the name of the project, not success in the sense, but the resonance is very good. Student success and access is one of our strategic goals. Good morning to everyone. Warm welcome to the University of Pretoria's Future Africa campus. This is one of the best campuses you can ever be in. I understand also there are colleagues that are online. Now, with people who are online, you never know which part of the world they are. So it's better to say good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Welcome to our honored guests, including Ms. Lina Sori, Education and Science Counselor from the Embassy of Finland, as well as our distinguished panelists. Ms. Renee Stander, CEO, Westcro, Dr. Koladi Hlabela, Director, Research Department of Tourism, Professor Seth Cooper, President, Pan-African Psychology Union, Mr. Barry Foster, Chief Strategy Officer, VSLS. A special welcome to our industry representatives. We are delighted you have joined us this morning. Another welcome to members from our partner universities, including the overseas partners, Haga Helia University and Oulu in Finland, Sheffield Hallam in the United Kingdom, as well as our local partners, University of Johannesburg and the University of Zululand. As Professor Harris mentioned, I'm the Vice Chancellor and Rector of the University of Pretoria. We as a university are delighted to be one of the drivers and partners of this Erasmus Project SUCSESS HUP initiative. SUCSESS stands for Strengthening University Enterprise Cooperation in South Africa to support regional development by enhancing lifelong learning skills, social innovations, and inclusivity. The Digital Capability Lab and the overall objectives of this initiative aim to embed critical digital skills and capabilities in our students in order to make them forerunners of innovative and future-focused thinking, analytical and database skills and knowledge. This project is funded by Erasmus+, with whom the University of Pretoria has had a nearly decade-long relationship as a partnership. In May 1987, the European Community started its first educational cooperation program, known as COMET, Community Program for Education and Training for Technology, in order to support the cooperation between universities and industrial companies. Subsequent to this, in June 1987, the Erasmus program was established. It's a very famous program. Most of you will know of it. While Erasmus was originally focused on student mobility, it has now brought opportunities to all, including students, staff, trainees, teachers, volunteers, and more. The program is not only about Europe or Europeans, but it includes people from all over the world to access mobility opportunities. There are 18 active interinstitutional agreements and 25 pending renewal and 10 in the signing process. Once the travel bans were lifted, we had a total of 42 outbound and inbound students and staff, academic and administrative, who have participated in the program at various partner institutions. UP has 27 projects, both current and historical, running a significant record of participation in Erasmus Plus capacity building programs in higher education. We have a formidable program of speakers who will tell you more about the SUCSESS project, but what I want to spend a few minutes explaining is why this project is important, not only in a global sense, but more specifically in South Africa, and then to our students at UP and the faculties of humanities and economic and management sciences in particular. This collaboration also speaks to some of our strategic goals, including transdisciplinarity. And just for your information, this Future Africa Institute in campus is one of our 4 latest transdisciplinary platforms. We have pre-existing ones, but this one is one of 4 that we built in the last 4 years or so. And multidisciplinarity, as well as global partnerships and international cooperation. This is typical of our approach at the University of Pretoria, because we believe in working together across sectors in order to collaborate on projects that ensure we solve complex, complicated, and often intractable problems through a wide range of different processes and ideas, in particular through a process that we call co-creation of knowledge. By bringing multiple fields of expertise together, such as this project, we can begin to think about upskilling our students for future employability. The twin challenge and opportunity of youth unemployability and employability is a big idea, especially in a country with a high unemployment level, such as South Africa, and some might say it's an understatement to just say high. It's almost a pandemic in its own right. And more importantly, across a continent like Africa, where the average age of our citizens is approximately less than 20 years old. This problem does not exist in a vacuum, and it cannot be solved by thinking in silos. In order to address and redress the roots of the problems, we need to invest into transdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research and skills transfer projects. And many of the discussions you will have today will contribute to these ideas. In so doing, we're able to begin a process of addressing this Pan-African challenge in order to produce a future where there is gainful employment and work enjoyment for young people. It is critically important for us to produce research and create initiatives that further a positive impact on our own society, such as this project aims to achieve. At a global level, the issue of employment has been flagged as one of the United Nations Sustainable Goals, where a call was made for action by all countries. A call was made in 2015, developed and developing to address matters in global partnerships. Both SDG 4, quality education, and SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, target the thematic area of employability with combined focus to substantially reduce the proportion of youth not in employment, education, or training, what is generally known as the NETs. This aligns with one of the key drivers of this collaborative project. At a South African level, figures released by Statistics South Africa in June this year revealed that, and I quote from their report, unemployment among the youth continues to be a burden, irrespective of educational level. There are over 10 million young people aged between 15 to 24 years, and around 75% of this group are unemployed. That's why I said it's a pandemic in its own right. What is worse, the unemployment rate among young graduates within the age group, in other words, students who finish their undergraduate degrees, has declined to around 32%, but that is still huge high for a country that needs more and more educated people, especially a tertiary education. Even as students get older and complete their graduate programs, it seems that only 22% of them, aged between 25 to 34, are employed. One of the key findings was that youth do not have the appropriate skills and are unable to adapt to an ever-changing environment. And remember, change is not a constant in life, but in recent decades, in particular in this century, I would say that we live in an age where there's continuous multiple disruptions of the way things have been. Turning to the University of Pretoria, I'm delighted to say that students that graduate from this university fare much better than the national average. According to the 2022 QS Graduate Employability rankings are a terrible thing. Although I'm quoting them now, I'm almost like this. UP is ranked in the top 3 in South Africa and in the top 300 worldwide. This is because employers see our graduates as competent and innovative. We have alumni who are steadily building their career profiles and who are giving back to their alma mater by mentoring students at all levels and across all degree programs. Through our careers office, we offer free work readiness and entrepreneurial skills training to all our students and recent graduates to give them the skills and expertise they need to enter the job and business environment with confidence. I might add here also that you might have heard that we've created a Center for the Future of Work, which is meant also, if you like, to create knowledge to feed into how our curriculum ought to both provide an education that is critical thinking and analytical skills, but also provide the skills appropriate within a university context, but that improves employability. We're proud to produce graduates and students who are critical and creative thinkers, who are socially conscious, absolutely important, active citizens that can make their mark in the world beyond university to impact on and transform lives and society positively. This is a very, very important point, ladies and gentlemen. A university education is not just for one's employability and one's gain. It is actually also should have the social impact necessary to contribute to our societies that need impactful, transformative change. Our students from the Faculty of Humanities are trained to be holistic and global thinkers, which is an asset that most companies should value within our students because it allows them to be adaptable, agile, and able to apply their knowledge in different and, dare I say, changing contexts. And lastly, almost 80% of our students who graduate from the University of Pretoria are employed within six months of graduating. So this is a figure we would like to see rise, especially within the Faculty of Humanities. There is a tendency, as you know, that in certain employment sectors, having a humanities degree is not seen as employability in the direct sense of the word, but actually humanities graduates actually have multiple skills that are necessary for any business. To help us achieve this goal, the faculty is looking to develop more collaborative partnerships with government and industry. The UP Careers Office is one such entity that provides a center of support by assisting students to prepare for their future careers. We also endeavor to build partnerships between the university and the world of work. I believe this Success at UP initiatives sets out to do exactly that. Professor Perienen Lub, who is both an emeritus professor in the Faculty of Economic and Management Sciences, as well as a research associate in the Department of Historical and Heritage Studies, will explain more about the project and how it is underpinning the faculty's employability drive. She's sitting here ready to jump onto the stage. I would like to welcome Ms. Eva Holmberg from the Haga-Helia University of Applied Sciences in Finland, who will share their wealth of experience and help us develop this initiative further. I'm also delighted to see that there are a significant number of honors students from the faculties of Humanities, which is my home faculty, and Economic and Management Sciences, who will be showcasing the various activities they have been introduced to as part of the broader SUCSESS initiatives. Honors students are vital to entering the world of academia and research in order to build and create knowledge for a multiplicity of futures and futuristic outcomes. I wish you all well within the day's deliberations And I look forward to seeing you all at the launch of the Employability-Focused Digital Capability Laboratory tomorrow on our Hatfield campus. So because I'll see you next year, I'm going to love you and leave you now, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Cooper, as you leave our campus. As I said, we got right going on the program, given his very, very busy schedule. So there you are. Oh, right. Thanks. But you will be seeing Professor Cooper tomorrow at the launch of our lab, which we're all very excited about as well. Ladies and gentlemen, just a few house rules. As I say, I left these for later. The students, our honours students from the Department of Historical and Heritage Studies are at your disposal. If you need any assistance in any concerns you have, they will be able to assist you. The bathrooms are out to this way if you need to go to them, but the students will direct you that as well. Also, just so that you know, Professor Cooper did introduce me in passing. My name is Karen Harris. I'm the head of the Department of Historical and Heritage Studies. And I am sort of on the sideline of this project, which is led by our next speaker, Professor Berendine Libbe. Very briefly, I'd like to introduce my colleague, Berendine, who was a former head of a department in Economic and Management Sciences. Berendine is now a research associate in our department and is actually involved in lecturing as well to our honours cohort of students. She was one of the initiators of the SUCSESS Erasmus Plus project and has been leading the research all the way. She holds a DCOM in Communication Management, and as I said, was the head of department in the Faculty of Economic and Management Sciences, the department known as Tourism Management. We're very proud to have Berendine in our department, and not only because of her very rich publication record, but also for the successes she's achieved as a lecturer. She received the Laureate Award from the University of Pretoria for her contribution to educational innovation and is a past board member of the International Federation for Information Technologies in Travel and Tourism. So Berendine, without further ado, I'd like to hand over to you. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Karen. I appreciate it. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here this morning, and to all our virtual viewers, a welcome to you as well. For me, this is a very special occasion. It is the culmination of 3 years of work by many individuals and a testimony to how people can get together when there is a shared concern and vision about something significant. People across borders, various public and private institutions, academics from different disciplines, students and industry came together on this project, and it has been one of the most uplifting experiences of my career. As many things do, it started with an idea. About 4 years ago, two long-standing friends from Finland, Jarmo Ritalahti and Jarkko Saarinen, and I were chatting about the big issues that concern us. Since we work with young people and hear their dreams and anxieties almost every day, the grave challenges of youth unemployment in South Africa came up. We shared ideas on what we could do about this in our respective institutions, but ideas will remain just that unless others believe in it, and we can make a change with it. Soon, 6 great universities shared in the vision that our young people deserve the best possible chance to achieve their dreams and build successful careers. The European Union, through the Erasmus Plus program, also believed in our vision and awarded us the highest level of funding to pursue our project. We are very grateful for their support, and I'd like to give a particular word of thanks to Eva Hollenberg for her most efficient project coordination over the last 3 years, and for all your patience. Thank you. Well deserved. We had excellent partners without whom the project would not have been successful. Not only did we have some great learning experiences together and saw the merits of interdisciplinary work and cooperation across universities, but we made wonderful new friends. I want to say thank you to Professor Diane Abrahams and her team at the University of Johannesburg. the team at the University of Zululand under Professor Thandi Nzama's leadership, Dr. Alicia Ali and her colleagues at Sheffield Hallam University in the UK, Haga Helia University in Finland with Eva Jarmo and their team, and the University of Oulu's team under Jarku's guidance. Right from the beginning, I was overwhelmed by the enthusiasm and support for the project at the University of Pretoria. I would like to express my gratitude to the top executive, and in his absence, since he has recently retired, like to give a special word of thanks to Professor Anton Struer. Also, Professor Susanne Adendorf and her team, who were instrumental in facilitating the establishment of the Digital Capability Lab, or as we like to refer to it, the Employability Lab. A thriving interdisciplinary program was made possible by the support of both the Faculty of Humanities and the Faculty of Economic and Management Sciences. My HOD, Professor Karen Harris, from the Department of Historical and Heritage Studies, has gone way beyond expectation to ensure the project moved forward. My sincerest appreciation for your support and that of your staff, particularly Hannes, CR, Danolin, Charlene, and Stephen, who have met each challenge thrown at them. As you experienced this morning and will throughout the day, the DHHS honour students have also done an excellent job for this event and will do so again for the launch of the Digital Capability Lab tomorrow. Professor Alex Antonitis, HOD of the Department of Business Management in the Faculty of Management, Economic and Management Sciences, immediately shared the project's vision. And through these departments, we could put together our core project team, comprising Hannes Engelbrecht, Reba Letsholo, and Wesley Roslyn Smith. These young lecturers brought with them all the vibrancy, energy, and enthusiasm of youth. They had fresh and creative ideas, worked hard, and unwaveringly believed in what we were doing. For all of us who sometimes feel very despondent, young people such as these really do represent a better future for South Africa. At the outset, we knew that if we were serious about youth and graduate employment, it was essential for us to bring our UP Career Services on board. They played a pivotal role throughout the project under the leadership of Michelle Lagrange, who has my sincere thanks. I also want to express my gratitude to Michelle and Tando Tiakume for supporting today's seminar and for all the work put in for tomorrow's launch of our lab. Many others worked under the radar on making this project at UP a success, and I thank you all. The University of Pretoria was responsible for the project's research phase, which formed the foundation for the further stages of the project. I would now like to share quite briefly with you a few of the South African results. We also surveyed students, lecturers, and industry in the UK and Finland for benchmarking purposes. What we wanted to determine in this research was firstly, whether the teaching environment in universities is producing the competencies required by industry. Secondly, what the impact of university and industry collaboration is on students' employability and work readiness. We conducted the research among students from several universities, lecturers in selected disciplines across universities, and industry representatives. We may sometimes ask why university rankings are so important, and Professor Coupe mentioned it this morning as well. But our research showed that the reputation of the university is clearly an essential asset. The majority of students believed that their university's standing is a significant asset in job seeking. And industry tends to collaborate with universities based on their reputation and expertise in relevant fields. Industry was generally satisfied with the performance of universities in preparing students for the work environment and are inclined to employ students who have a good understanding of the workplace. Students rely on their lecturers to contribute to this understanding. Both industry and students rely on the teaching environment to help develop these workplace skills and competencies for work readiness. We found that entrepreneurial and technological skills are regarded as particularly important in career preparation. Practical exposure to the workplace through university and industry collaboration was regarded as an important element in increasing students' employability. The results showed that students who were involved in collaboration activities benefit in terms of work readiness and have a greater chance of employment. Something that we didn't really need to officially research, because our mothers have told us this from a very early age, is the fact that we need to have the right attitude towards work. Industry agrees with our moms, saying that together with the relevant technical or job-specific skills, employable students exhibit the right attitude towards work, which encompasses a willingness to learn, adaptability, confidence, and reliability. And competencies such as good communication skills, technological capabilities, and entrepreneurship are essential for the ever-changing workplace. Still, the research did highlight some gaps. In South Africa, only about 20% of students surveyed have actually been involved in university and industry collaboration activities, way below their Finnish and UK counterparts. We identified several challenges that hinder such collaboration. The most important of these is the high student numbers with which our lecturers must contend. A second challenge is the lack of capacity for industry to accommodate students in collaboration programs, such as work-integrated learning. And finally, students lack the resources to participate effectively in collaboration activities. Sadly, in South Africa, students have a much lower expectation than their Finnish and UK counterparts of finding their ideal job. Students in South Africa are also generally more afraid to start looking for a job in comparison to their Finnish and UK counterparts. Based on the results of the research, our partner universities launched their work packages, resulting in exciting new programs for enhancing the teaching environment and implementing new technologies. We are also proud that the University of Pretoria's Digital Capability Lab, or as I mentioned, we just call it the Employability Lab, is being launched tomorrow as a direct result of the work done in this project. Thank you for your kind attention, and I would like to now hand over to Eva to tell you a little more about the project itself.
Can you show the presentation? Yes, here. Is it there? So, okay, good morning, everyone. We are so happy to finally be here. I would like to start by saying a big thank you to Berendien and the whole team from the University of Pretoria. You have done a huge job with all planning and you know, it's days of work to coming up with an event like this. But shortly about the SUCSESS project, can I now change the slides myself here? Or will they? No? Anyone from the technological side? Aha, now it's coming, yes. So this SUCSESS project is funded by Erasmus Plus capacity building program. That is a program that is targeting countries outside EU. So Erasmus Plus, as earlier was discussed, is originally a program that is supporting mobility between students and staff in Europe. But lately, there is also much more funding for instance, staff exchange between universities in Africa and in Asia and European counterparts. But anyhow, so these projects, they aim at enhancing the development of universities all over the world. I'm in fact just back from Nepal. So I was 2 weeks back, I was in Nepal where we have another project aiming at supporting entrepreneurship centers at universities there. So projects can be basically almost about anything. And of course, one of the big issues here that is to strengthen the collaboration with the EU and also to promote people-to-people contacts. And projects are normally around 1 million euros, and that is also the budget of this project. So it's a huge project if you take this to rands. So you know that euro and US dollar is almost the same right now, so it's a 1 million project. Now let's see. Yes, now it's going back and not forth. Okay. So of course, if we go back and see what was the main background, so already as presented earlier, employability is a big issue, and it's actually a big issue all over the world. So I have a son now, he's actually the age about to enter university, and he asked me that why should I spend 5 years at university? You know, there are a lot of stories around of successful entrepreneurs and people without university degrees who are very successful in business life. So I'm sure that to convince this new generation that it's really valuable to have a university degree, we have to work on offering them excellent experience from, you know, excellent studies, but the whole package also around the studies. Another issue is the request for lifelong learning possibilities. In Europe especially, we can see today that there are people of all age entering university. That is also a challenge in a way, because these people have a lot of experience. They might have worked for a long time, and the training we need to offer them might be slightly different to the one we are offering these young people around 18 and 19 years old. Then we have another thing with the new generation. So my sister is a teacher in elementary school, and she talks about the TikTok generation. But you know that TikTok, it's about 1.5 minutes videos. And that is how long students or young people can concentrate today. So there might be an even bigger challenge in the future with students entering universities. But I think already today you can see that young people, they want engagement. So it's not for them, something that they really like just to sit and listen to 2 hours lectures. They want also to be able to discuss. They want to be able to actively do things, and preferably together with the industry already during their studies. And then, of course, with COVID, we have, for me, I just took some of these challenges now, but how are we going to offer our education in the future? Is it online, will it be hybrid blended, or will it be traditional teaching? Because for sure, these strategies will require slightly different approaches. You need, for instance, to engage students a lot in online courses, because we have, for instance, realized that if we are just lecturing and then we try to get students to discuss and we divide them into breakout rooms in Teams or Zooms, no one is there, So they might be online, but they are not really there. So there's a lot of things going on. But foremost, of course, this is about employability. And we work with that. For instance, in Finland, where university education is free, our funding is partly dependent on that the students are employed 5 years after graduation. So 5 years after, like every year, there is a huge survey sent to graduates. And by that survey, Ministry of Education is deciding whether the students have managed to get a career that was planned for them, so to say. But yes, so employability, it's for us about, for instance, experiential learning, intensified collaboration with industry, but also about how to use new technology in this learning process. So just shortly about the project. We started with a huge report. You can find that on our project web site. I would really recommend you to go there. And it shows a lot of interesting things about how especially university students perceive their studies. The project continued with 4 trainings. The first training was actually planned for 2020, but of course, a small challenge called COVID-19 created, some changes in the initial plan. And we started with the trainings in 21, which actually also now resulted in that we have just got an approval from EU that we can continue with the project for 10 more months, because we haven't been able to achieve all our objectives in planned time. But that is almost all projects that started in 2020. So we have been struggling with keeping up the schedule. This picture is actually from Finland, where almost 40 colleagues from South Africa were participating in the training. And now we are then in the implementation phase that is related to piloting new learning approaches. It is about using the technology that was brought through the project. And this is also about the labs. That, for instance, the lab that will be open tomorrow here at the University of Pretoria. No, it's... So, as I see it, of course, a project has a certain theme. In this case, it is about employability. But projects are about so much more. I see this platform as, a possibility for us as academic staff. I'm also lecturing myself. I'm not only doing these projects. It's a platform, a possibility to share experiences, best practices. How can we offer the best learning experience to our students? It is about building relationships. I'm so happy to get to know all these people in the project. And also a possibility to discuss, of course, current collaboration. We are doing research together, and also future possible collaboration. We might be handing in new applications for new projects in the near future. So please follow us on Facebook and go to our webpage. There's a lot more information about the project. And we also have a Twitter account that is less active though. Facebook, I think, is our main channel for communication. And here we still have the partners of the projects. Okay, but thank you for my side, and let's have a great day together and learn from each other. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Eva. Just in case you didn't catch that, Eva is our partner and partner in strength. We want to thank you very much for everything that you've done to keep this project on the road and for your collaboration with all of the institutions in South Africa, but particularly with the University of Pretoria. We're most grateful. Eva is a lecturer at Hagahela University, and no better qualified than having somebody who actually works with destination management, research methodology, and particularly responsible tourism. So thank you very, very much. And having a son going into this world helps. Being a mother with a university daughter, it makes you look at things differently, doesn't it? Right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'd like to introduce to you the Chief Executive Officer of Tourism, Trade, Investment and Film Promotion Agency for Cape Town and the Western Cape, Westgrow. We are absolutely delighted and privileged that one of our top tourism representatives is here with us today, all the way from Cape Town, Ms. Ronelle Stander. Ronelle, thank you so much for coming. Very long CV, I don't want to take up too much time, but to point out that Ronelle has had very, very important positions throughout her career. I wouldn't say it, but she's been in the game for 28 years, has experience in aviation and energy industries. She has been the head of many large-scale enterprises. She has extensive experience in both public and private sector. Finding the sweet spot, and I like that, in the nexus between the two is the thread that strings together her various roles. Nurse also holds an MBA from Oxford Brookes University in the United Kingdom, as well as a BA honours degree from the University of Cape Town. Ronelle, we're delighted to have you here. And without further ado, I'd like to hand over to you to share with you your expertise and experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor. If you can't solve the problem of getting the majority of young people into work, it may not matter what problems you solve. So this is a statement by Paul Romer, a Nobel Peace Prize winner for economics, and I think it rings particularly true in South Africa today. 60% of South African youth don't have meaningful employment, and at the same time, economic growth is stifled because of a scarcity of critical skills. Our education system continues to churn out a workforce that is largely unsuited to the needs of the economy, perpetuating the massive mismatch between labour supply and demand. This is a crisis that we simply cannot afford. The irony is that South Africa is one of the biggest exporters of high-tech skills, skills we so desperately need. How do we arrest this export of critical skills? Every skilled young adult I have met is looking at how they can get a job overseas. We need to do more to convince our young people to stay. So good morning. It is indeed a privilege to be part of a conversation which aims to build a positive outlook for youth employment in our country. Thank you, Professor Libbe, for the invitation to speak here today. So South Africa needs to be a globally competitive economy to continue growing jobs. We are benchmarked against global competitors for new markets, new investments, new skills and technologies. We are in competition and we are not doing well. South Africa needs to forge a new identity, a new growth story to continue to compete on the global stage. We need to arrest the decline. There's no time to waste. Our competitors are choosing to attract and unlock investment in the new engines of economic growth. We, as South Africans, are agile enough to unlock the many opportunities opening. Why are we not doing this? We need to work harder, smarter, and faster. The world will not wait for us. South Africans need a shared vision of the future around which we can unite, urgently. Through collaboration and determination, we have an opportunity to be proudly South African again. We have done this before. The success of the Springbok team since 1994 holds many lessons for winning the Business World Cup in years to come. Clem Santa often relates how since 1994, the Springboks have undergone the transformation from a white to a fully South African team. During this process, we have won the Rugby World Cup 3 times, a feat only accomplished by one other nation, New Zealand. Along the way, individual heroes like Chester Williams, Cheslin Kobe, Faf de Klerk, Victor Matfield, and Siya Kolisi have inspired countless youngsters to take up the sport. The reason is simple. The Springboks represent all that is good about South Africa. They play with vision and determination. They overcome the inevitable setbacks and injuries associated with such a physical sport. They adapt their strategy and tactics to accommodate the strengths and weaknesses of opposing sides, and they exude a magnetic team spirit in backing each other up while performing their individual tasks to the maximum extent of their personal abilities. We have done it. We have shown that we have the talent. We must now do the same with the economy. Hence, our path to becoming a winning nation is to take a pocket of excellence like the Springboks and repeat their model again and again in the world of business. We need to get the private sector to create a similar pipeline to rugby out of which promising young people can emerge as innovators and inspire them to stay and become our Springbok entrepreneurs. This is the reason we are here today. Our responsibility today is to provide both the visionary leadership required and lobby for political support to change the outlook for employment of young people in South Africa. As industry representatives, lecturers, senior students, international government officials, we can and need to play a critical role in fixing it. It is imperative that South Africa turns its fast-growing young population into a dividend rather than a burden. This will require that education and training for future skills responds to the continuous transformation of the labour markets. It was Maurice Maeterlinck, the Belgian-born Nobel laureate, who said, "The God of the bees is the future." Similarly, after observing his backyard beehive for many years, Michael O'Leary concluded that everything the bee does employs a future orientation as the basis for its actions. What is done today is always in anticipation of tomorrow. So bees are not short-term maximizers. Instead, their basic strategy is to maximize returns over a broad geographical area and extended time horizon. So taking a lesson from honeybees then, I invite you to think about the future with me for just a moment. Are we, as leaders, ready for the new world? Right now, we all face uncertainty, volatility, and unpredictability, from huge companies to those individuals sleeping rough. South Africa is part of the global economy and therefore not immune to many of the same pressures being felt across the world. Surging inflationary pressures, sharp increases in interest rate, high cost of living, lower disposable and discretionary income, and I could go on. However, every decision we take is a decision about the future. So we constantly make choices that affect next week, next year, or the next decade. It is important then that we think about the future in a way which allows us to understand the catalytic forces changing the game and adapt to a complex and increasingly interconnected world. Leaders globally are grappling with how best to respond to innovation, sustainability, and digitization, the most powerful market influences in today's global landscape. This is what will determine South Africa's future in the global competitiveness game. So there's so much that we can learn from Sweden. And I'm sorry, Ava, next time I will do the research and I will talk about the Finnish experience. But for today, I'm going to be talking about Sweden. So Sweden has become a tech powerhouse to rival Silicon Valley. With an entrepreneurial culture born from a healthy stream of government investment into infrastructure and education, Sweden's crown as an incubator for global market leaders is set to continue. While there is no silver bullet strategy for scale-up success, we can take inspiration from brands who have put Sweden on the map for entrepreneurship and innovation. Stockholm is a well-established global tech hub. Internationally successful startups such as Spotify, Candy Crush, and Minecraft creator Mojang all hail from Stockholm. We know about giants like Volvo, Saab, Ericsson, IKEA, H&M, ABB, and Husqvarna. But how did a bunch of Swedish startups from Skype, Spotify, MySQL, RAP get so big and be a magnet for retaining Swedish young entrepreneurs? It starts with an innovation culture. Fika, not the one with a C, the one with a K, which roughly translates from Swedish as drinking coffee, munching sweet treats and chatting, is as much a part of the working day in Sweden as emailing and fixing the printer. Fika is a social institution that can't be missed, a get-together with friends, so ingrained in the Swedish culture that most companies add a clause to contracts stating that employees are entitled to fika breaks. In Sweden, it's obligatory to eat coffee and to drink coffee and eat cake. Mandatory designated time during the day to sit down and do fika. Listen to and accept the best idea, irrespective of hierarchy. The Swedes love new things. They love ICT. Young people feel challenged to develop good ideas. It's a perfect climate for new businesses. Swedish investment in research and innovation ranks amongst the highest in the world. That certainly helps, but it is much more than money. Perhaps even more important are close ties between business and academia. Thinkers and go-getters from all sections of Swedish society are finding one another and joining forces. Innovation in Sweden is a way of life. That's what makes the country so inspiring. What strikes me is that pioneering innovations do not come about in isolation. It's the links between different disciplines that can spark a chain reaction of creativity. We need to go beyond job placement alone as an indicator of success. Let's inspire young people to be part of the solution, to change the thinking from things happen to me to one of making things happen by me. The nature of work has changed in this century. Schools are expected to be educating pupils for the market of the future, not the past. Governments and big business no longer are the major job creators that they were in the last century. In the rest of the world, the youth have taken charge. How do we do this in South Africa? In all parts of the world, therefore, more and more people must create jobs for themselves rather than apply for jobs that already exist. Like innovation, sustainability is a key driver of future economic competitiveness. Sustainability is no longer a tick box exercise. It is no longer the glossy part of the annual report. This strategy is sustainability and has become one of the most important sources of both opportunities and risks for businesses. There's an energy transition underway globally, and investment numbers are telling an interesting story. The biggest story is the switch from fossil fuels to renewable energy. Renewables have taken over from fossil fuels as the biggest magnet of global foreign direct investment since 2019. Solar and wind farms are going up all over the world. Battery manufacturing is booming, and new technologies like green hydrogen are attracting attention. It is estimated that installed capacity of renewable energy must grow by a factor of 10 to bring CO2 emissions to meet the net zero by 2050. This would require significant investments into renewable energy and energy efficiency technologies. There are concerns about jobs and about renewable energy not being able to replace coal mining jobs. Globally, again, we are seeing an interesting picture. The estimated number of jobs created by cross-border renewable energy projects has eclipsed those generated by coal, oil, and gas. In 2021, foreign direct investment into renewables brought 5 times as many jobs as FDI into fossil fuels. Though still small, it grew to 12 million people in 2020 versus 7 million in 2012. The energy transition is changing the whole geography of global investment. No longer does energy investment seek out large deposits of hydrocarbons. It is no longer a resource-seeking investment. Geographies play a much lesser role than in the case of fossil fuels. New resources come into play when it comes to the manufacture of batteries and components. Investors now factor in other considerations like the availability of specific renewable energy regulations and incentives and a stable business environment. In the Western Cape, the tech and green value proposition is successfully driving the province's competitiveness to capture its share of global investment. We are seeing significant investment activity, with half of investment capex being attracted into key future-enabling industries such as ICT and green industries over the past decade. The global shift towards digitization has entrenched the Western Cape's position as a world-class pioneer in the tech sector. The province is home to several leading tech sector companies like Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Construct, and Naspers, to name a few. The tech economy in Cape Town and the Western Cape is increasingly seeing traditional, mature, and industries that contribute to the Western Cape's GDP being transformed by and incorporated into the tech ecosystem. In the health tech space, we are seeing the emergence of companies with capabilities spanning the spectrum from scientific research to vaccine manufacturing. In the agri-tech space, we are seeing a convergence between agriculture and technology, resulting in increased adoption of smart and drone technologies, precision farming, and increased energy self-sufficiency. We are also seeing strong growth in fintech companies and the creative industries. In space tech, we recently saw the Swedish space company select Cape Town as the base for its new subsidiary, AAC Space Africa. And this choice was made on South Africa's established space industry, a strong position in communication systems, as well as highly skilled engineers and data scientists. Next week, we look forward to making another exciting announcement in the Western Cape, in the space sector. Significant growth has been achieved, but there is still more to be done. Our focus in the Western Cape is deliberately shifting to what needs to be done to scale up. It is time to gear up into something bigger, something new, something better, and we are focused on taking our place as a tech powerhouse on the global stage. We need continued investment in digital infrastructure as well as energy security. So it is indeed pleasing that the universities and training institutes in the Western Cape are working hard to develop the skills of the future. Increasingly, universities in the Western Cape are working with venture capitalists to commercialize innovation. Cape Town is home to 60% of South Africa's startups and is ranked in the top 100 emerging ecosystems in the world by startup genomes. The private sector is investing in the development of work-ready skills, and importantly, our local and provincial political leadership are 100% focused on establishing not only an energy-secure province, but one fueled by renewable energy. Environmental sustainability and transition to green economy are indeed critical. Cape Town and the Western Cape, in this regard, is also making good progress. So Cape Town's status as a green economy hub is attracting leaders. Juvi, Gestampt, Skatek, and recently Polarium. Over the past 10 years, the Western Cape attracted 16.9 billion into the renewable energy sector, more than in any other sector in the Western Cape. Recent policy shifts have unlocked enormous new investment opportunities in subsectors such as green tech, utility-scale renewable energy, small-scale embedded generation, storage, lithium-ion or battery manufacturing, electric mobility, and green hydrogen. Already established as a green economy hub, the Western Cape stands ready to receive a substantial share of new and ongoing investment. In the Western Cape, agriculture is certainly a place where digitization and sustainable practices merge. A substantial portion of the digital value added to the industry is also attributed to the application of technology in the agriculture sector. For example, the adoption of sensory tech to monitor crops and growth in precision farming leads to increased efficiency and more sustainable production. While in its current traditional form, agriculture is not attractive to young people, who wants to wear overalls, dig the field with a hoe, or drive a tractor? But flying a drone might just be. Technology might make agriculture cool enough to motivate young people to use tech-enabled enterprises to be part of agricultural value chains. Let's turn to tourism briefly. Tourism continues to have a great power for change. The last 2 years have demonstrated what an apex industry tourism really is, and particularly so in a city like Cape Town. It's not only about the empty hotels and venues, but also about the food supplier providing fresh goods to the restaurants, the flower vendor on St. George's Mall, and the shoe shiner at Cape Town International Airport. Tourism has an extraordinary impact on the entire economy. A significant proportion of direct jobs are held by women, and importantly, provides exceptional opportunities for entrepreneurship. Tourism has the power to uplift the economy as well as livelihoods in the country, particularly in smaller towns and rural areas. Tourism growth needs to be front and center of the national dialogue and remains a critical pillar for the South African economy. Our immediate focus needs to be on getting the tourism sector, as well as the industries that support it, going. We need to invite the youth to look for new disruptive solutions. In conclusion then, what is the inheritance we need to give our youth? Let's empower them with the skills of the future. The World Economic Forum suggests that the following skills are needed in the future. Many of these have already been listed by previous speakers. Creativity, ability to solve meaningful problems in new ways and think imaginatively across disciplines. Digital skills, ability to master new forms of digital tech, especially algorithm design and data handling. Collaboration, ability to work with others to perform complex tasks. Global citizenship, universal respect for other people and their cultures. Embrace diversity and inclusion. Number 5, understanding the finiteness of the natural ecosystem and how we can interact with them in sustainable ways. So to conclude, I'd like to leave you with one of my favorite quotes by Peter Kuzmic. Hope is the ability to hear the music of the future. Faith is the courage to dance to it today. I hope that I have stirred up your imagination. Can we hear the first strains of the music of the future? I thank you.
Indeed, I think you have. Thank you very, very much for that, Ronald. It was really inspiring. And watch this Western Cape space. As I say, Western Cape in South Africa, for our international guests, is another country. It really is a different place. And if you are in South Africa, it's definitely worth a visit. Ladies and gentlemen, we're perfectly on time, I'd like to add, and I would like to introduce our last speaker before our tea break, a senior lecturer in our Faculty of Economics and Management Science, Dr. Carolyn Chizadza. Thank you very much for being here. As I mentioned, she's a senior lecturer in economics at our university with a PhD in economics, which I'm glad to boast about. She received the Stellan Korma Award for the best doctoral thesis in 2020. Her research focuses on development issues related to conflict and quality of institutions, looking specifically at gender, ethnic issues, and democracy and very glad to see historical matters as well. She's currently involved in the Lancet Site Commission that seeks to examine the interactions of 3 Sustainable Development Goals: health, peace, and gender. So without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Carolyn Shazadza to come and speak to us. Thank you very much, Carolyn.
I have a slide deck that has to come up. Yes, thank you. Excellent. Good morning, everyone, and to all our listeners also joining in online. Today I want to focus my discussion on youth unemployment. My previous speakers have skirted around the issue, but today as a development economist, I want to give you the hard facts about youth unemployment, right? So that you can see, I think it's important for us to highlight the importance of this serious challenge that South Africa faces and how it continues to adversely affect the country's economic outlook, right? So I'm just going to provide you context to the situation through a few statistics, and then I'll briefly discuss some of the causes of youth unemployment, which previous speakers have sort of alluded to, as well as the consequences, right? The impact that youth unemployment has on the economic outlook of South Africa. And then I will end with a few suggested solutions or programs to date that are currently trying to address youth unemployment in South Africa and also compare with a few global case studies. So briefly, definition of youth by the National Youth Policy in South Africa is any person between the ages of 14 and 35 years. Looking around here, I think most of us are no longer youth, but we have a few at the back right there. Currently, South African population sits at 60.6 million, and of the 40 million working age population in South Africa, more than half are youth. So this means that South Africa's population is characterized by a youth bulge, where a significant proportion of the youth is between 14 to 39 years old. So if you look at the graph on the screen, you can see that we've got this nice cone and the bulge where we've got a significant percentage of our population is actually between your 15 to 35 and 39 years old, which is typically the youth. According to the quarterly labor force survey from in South Africa, 2022 one, South Africa has over 10 million young people aged 15 to 24 years, and of those, only 2.5 million are in the labor force, employed or unemployed. So we also consider the youth that are seeking employment, right? We consider them to be part of the labor force. Because of this demographic pattern, where a large share of our population is comprised of young adults, youth in South Africa continue to be disadvantaged in the labor market. We have an unemployment rate that's higher than the national average. So the national average is the blue line at the bottom, and the 3 lines at the top, those are our youth unemployment, and the orange one, the orange line at the top, that's actually for female. That's female youth unemployment. According to our quarterly labor force survey, again, for the first quarter of this year, the unemployment rate, was 63.9% for those aged 15 to 24, and 42.1% for those aged 25 to 34 years, while the current official national rate stands at 34.5. That would be the total unemployment, including youth and you adults. But what's more concerning is that the youth unemployment rate is higher for females than males. And the female youth unemployment is even higher than the average youth unemployment rate. So we also have an issue, not only of just youth unemployment, but gender disparities. And we won't even go into the racial disparities of youth unemployment at play in South Africa. We also observed that graduate unemployment rate remains relatively high among the youth, particularly within the age group where they are typically exiting from tertiary education into the labor market. And this can be very discouraging for young people because you've just gotten your degree, you've got your aspirations, your dreams that within a couple of months you'll have a job. You start looking for a job, 6 months later down the line, 9 months later, a year later, you're still looking for a job. This starts to discourage a lot of our youth because you're anticipating returns from the 5 years you spent getting an education. So what we find as well is that, in the next slide I'll discuss this, but on this slide what I want to highlight is first of all, year on year, the bottom two bar graphs, year on year, the unemployment rate among young graduates, 15 to 24 years, it declined from 40.3% to 32.6%, but it increased by 6.9 percentage points to 22.4% for those aged 25 to 34 years, and that will be the next two lines. So those are typically your youth ages, and we can see that although in the first quarter of last year, the unemployment rate was significantly higher and it seems to have reduced, but what we're finding is that between 25 to 35 years, that's actually increased now. So, and 25 to, from about 25 years, you do have your older youths as well that are now getting postgrads, the masters, the PhDs. So that's the group now that's entering the labor market and they're actually struggling to find employment, and yet their graduate degree is higher than the undergraduate degree. So again, this can be extremely discouraging. So the largest share of youth in the labor force are those that are inactive or regarded as not in employment, education, or training. And the main reason for being inactive is simply discouragement, is that our youth, they lose hope of finding a job that either suits their skills or just in the area where they reside. So location also becomes an important factor for youth becoming discouraged in looking for jobs, right? Unfortunately, there has been an increase in the number of inactive or youth that are not employed, educated, or in training for both males and females, right? So even though the gap has decreased between gender, but the rate of discouraged youth is still increasing, and this is very concerning. And to compound the issue, the employment to population ratio, or simply put, the rate at which the market can absorb workers, is declining, even more so for the youth. The current national absorption rate in South Africa was recorded at 37.3%, and it remains lower again for young people at 9% among those aged 15 to 24 years old. So the top blue line is the national average labor force absorption rate, and you can see that the three bottom lines, which are your average youth unemployment and then male and female, they are much lower. So we are not absorbing our youth into the labor market. And again, the gender disparity. The orange yellow line at the bottom, that's the female labor force absorption rate. So our young women, again, as well, are struggling to enter into the labor market. When we compare with other global countries, South Africa's unemployment rate happens to be one of the highest in a global list of 82 countries monitored by Bloomberg. Among the G20 countries, the youth unemployment rate of South Africa was the highest, followed by Brazil, which is very concerning, actually. And then in Africa, this problem is particularly acute in South Africa. And here I'm just looking at sub-Saharan Africa. World Bank statistics show that in 2019, the youth unemployment rate in South Africa stood at 58%. So South Africa is the gray line, which is lower than all the other time trends that you're seeing there. And this is one of the highest in sub-Saharan Africa, the unemployment rate. As evidenced in this graph, the youth share of working age population, your 15 to 24-year-olds, it's significantly lower in South Africa. But what's even more concerning is that they did a projection to 2050, and they have projected that it's going to continue the share of the youth share of working age population, the trend is going to continue declining relatively more than our other sub-Saharan African countries. And this projection does not look favorably on our current and our future youth who will enter the labor market seeking employment. Most of us in here, we are lecturers. We've got a room full of hundreds, 200 students, all wanting to enter the labor market when they get their degrees. And this is the trend that we have currently in South Africa. So this is a really concerning trend in the country. So obviously, a high youth unemployment rate is a big concern as it signals, or it may signal some structural issues in the economy, such as we have more young people entering working age than the number of jobs that are actually available in the country. Or it's also indicating, as my previous speaker alluded to, a mismatch between supply and demand for labor. So it is important for us to understand the causes of youth unemployment, and there are various factors. So here I'm just literally touching just on a few to stay within my time limit, right? So I just mentioned a few among the numerous other socioeconomic factors. So the first one is that the challenges within South Africa, within the South African education system, could be key structural issues underlying youth unemployment. In essence, our school leavers, or even our university graduates, they do not exit the system with the requisite abilities and education required in the labor market. And I think this has been a big debate. And a lot of research comes out of the South African Labor and Development Research Unit in University of Cape Town, where they do a lot of research on why there's this mismatch between supply and demand, and why is it that our youth are struggling to enter the labor market. So several studies show that there's a shortage of the workforce to meet the demands of a labor market that is increasingly becoming knowledge-based. So we are, in a way, maybe we are struggling to adapt to the changing dynamics of the environment, as the previous speaker spoke to on digital skills and tech. We also need to start adapting our I love saying children, our youth, to make them more marketable, to make them more tech savvy, right? That's the way the world is going. There was also a study that found that employment prospects for those with matric qualifications in South Africa are higher by 16% compared to those whose qualifications are less than grade 12. So if you do have a matric, you are more likely to get employed. If you have a higher level of education, you are likely to get employed, to enter the employment, the labor market. However, what becomes a challenge is the rate of secondary school completion in the country still remains low. So now we've got, again, this mismatch that's taking place between how many students are actually completing secondary school so that they just have the basic numeracy. I mean, there was one study which I found was where they said in South Africa, young people lack basic numeracy and English. And this is just a basic characteristic you need when you go for an interview. And if you're already struggling just to communicate during an interview, what more? They won't hire you, right? So these are some of, just starting at foundation phase, these are some of the issues or the challenges that our South African education system is faced with, right? And also, we have to look at the legacy of apartheid in South Africa, right? We can't just brush that under the carpet. Unfortunately, the uneven quality of South Africa's public schooling system further entrenches inequality in finding employment, right? So our poorer children who come from disadvantaged schools, they often struggle when it comes to learning. And this can be linked sometimes to the discriminatory policies that were introduced by the apartheid government, which contributed to the increase of unemployment among our young black people, right? So a lot of youth that reside in remote townships and rural villages, they face many struggles when they attempt to look for jobs because of location, right? They can't, they face financial constraints, right? Which is the next point I want to bring up is lack of support for our youth. So we've got a lot of young entrepreneurs, and they find it difficult to access credit or to just get support. The youth tend not to have sufficient financial resources to enable mobility to areas where there is demand for labor. Spatial disparity is worsened by relatively high costs, particularly your transport costs associated with job searching, right? We all know that it's expensive to look for jobs. You have to go for the interviews. You also have to apply for the jobs. So this also factors into the point, in the location where you are, do you have access to internet? Data costs have become an issue as well, right? Because you have to throw your CVs out there. The results from a labor force survey in South Africa indicates that more than 70% of discouraged work seekers, mainly young people, stop looking for the jobs because of being constrained by their location. And of those who do have resources available as a result of their family support or network, they often have also unrealistic high reservation wages, right? So you've just gotten your degree, you think you're worth so much. But when you actually go into the labor market, you realize that the competitive going price is not as high as you want. So you may decide, I don't want to take that job, I'm going to wait for another job. But actually, it's going to be difficult for you to find another job, right? So then what happens is that this results in relatively long periods of unsuccessful searching for our youth. So our youth also need to have some kind of training in understanding the competitive wages that are available in their particular country, in South Africa as well. And one final one that I think is important for me to highlight as a cause of youth unemployment is that our young are especially vulnerable to corruption, as they are usually desperate for jobs, right? And we take this for granted, but I think this actually happens, it's a lot more common than we want to acknowledge. So you end up with youth that get taken advantage of when they actually go into the labor market or go for their job interviews. So having a significant amount of young people out of work can negatively impact a country's economic outlook, growth and development, right? And if left unchecked, youth unemployment can have serious economic and social repercussions. And again, here I'll mention just a few. There are always several of them. So youth unemployment has been cited as the highest cause of social exclusion, anxiety, and depression among our youth, as well as contributing to intergenerational poverty, because our youth cannot break free of the poverty because they cannot find a job where they can start helping their families to move out of poverty. It's also cited as poor health due to lack of income. A very important point that I want to highlight again is a cause of social exclusion for our youth. There is nothing as discouraging as when you finish your degree and you start looking for a job and you can't find a job, and your peers are finding jobs within their fields, but you're still struggling. You have a feeling of inadequacy and a feeling of being left behind. So you literally feel excluded from society. I may not be defined as youth, but I still remember when I was looking for a job and I was struggling to find a job. I felt inadequate, like, why did I bother getting this degree if I can't get a job which is within my field? Other points, youth unemployment obviously is a costly burden to society, right? Through the social grants, when the government has to intervene to help, and this can contribute to lower productivity, which has the potential of having a negative impact on economic growth or economic outlook in the country. Youth unemployment is also a high risk, also comes with a high risk of social conflicts, such as juvenile delinquency, which can incur high social costs to the country. Again, this is an important point that I want to highlight again, and there's been several studies that have come out that show that unemployment is responsible for heavy drinking, drug and alcohol abuse. increased crime, poor health, loss of confidence again, and self-esteem among the youth. Again, if you're feeling inadequate, you've got all this spare time you've got all this free time, to start thinking negative thoughts, right? So we need to be cognizant of the social aspect of youth unemployment. It's not only an economic impact, but it also has a social impact on our youth. And the higher that youth unemployment gets, the more we can expect these type of social issues, especially our high crime rates increasing as well. Then, just to look at a few of the policies that have made some inroads into dealing with youth unemployment in South Africa, right? So in South Africa, there have been interventions aimed at the supply side initiatives to address the structural causes of youth unemployment. And these include targeting the formal education system, post-school training, public employment and deployment programs, entrepreneurship interventions, and attempt at job placement programs. Most of you might be familiar with some of these supply-side programs. These include your further education and training, your FET schools, your sector education and training authority. These are your SETA programs. There's second chance programs, where school dropouts are actually given an opportunity to complete their schooling, and the training of unemployed persons program, which is run by the Department of Labor in South Africa. Then on the demand side, there is an employment subsidy that has been implemented by the National Treasury to incentivize employers to hire young people by lowering the cost of hiring inexperienced young workers. So these programs are meant to subsidize firms to provide approved training to employees combined with possible extensions to work contracts on completion of the program. So there are two currently. There's and there might be more. Well, there are more, but I'll just briefly talk about the two. The expanded public works program. This one provides short-term jobs and training for the unemployed through various short to medium-term programs, which cover all spheres of government and state-owned enterprises. So in its first phase, this program created 1.6 million short-term jobs. However, the success of the program is weakened by the limited periods of employment and the low labor intensity in the country. So this, what happens is that this increases the cost per job created. So because of these weaknesses in the program, it remains only a short-term measure to alleviate unemployment, and is predominantly also just a public sector initiative, right? Then they also introduced the employment tax incentive, which works for firms to employ more youth aged between 18 to 29 years. So the incentive, what the incentive does is that it acts as a wage subsidy and is activated by lowering the firm's amount of pay-as-you-earn tax, which is payable to SARS, the South African Revenue Services, each month. And in so doing this, so what this wage subsidy does is that it actually compensates firms for the risks involved in hiring and training inexperienced youth with uncertain productivity levels. And this seems to have been quite successful with a number of the firms. And then we also did, a colleague of mine from the Human Science Research Center and myself, we did a study under the UN-wide SARS National Treasury Project, I think 3 years back, just before COVID, on inclusive economic development, where we actually were investigating the characteristics of firms that typically hire youth. And we were using the tax administrative database in South Africa between 2010 and 2014. And what we actually found was that older firms and those with high labor costs are less likely to employ young people compared to firms that have low labor costs and those that were actually registered with SETA for learnerships because they are getting subsidized, right? So the findings from our paper were quite interesting because we found that your young firms typically your small, medium, and micro enterprise firms, which want to hire, typically hire the youth, were sort of reluctant to hire the youth because of the costs of training inexperienced youth. So one of our sort of recommendations was that labor costs lend support to policy interventions through youth wage subsidies. So the employment tax incentive is actually a good incentive for firms to take a chance, to take that risk and hire young, inexperienced youth, train them, and hopefully also offer them a job afterwards, or at least they're experienced enough to go into the labor market. And then just briefly on sort of what other countries have done. There are a few examples. Surprisingly, it's nothing different. It's almost similar to what South Africa is doing as well. So we've got a case study in Germany. They managed to escape youth unemployment challenge through vocational education and training, minimum wages, employment protection. So for example, they have a program where they've got young apprentices that are given a contract of 3 to 4 years to get certain training in a firm. Such school and firm-based training helps in the transition of young people from school to work, right? This type of training scheme has benefited many companies in Germany, enabling them to employ new workers while retaining those who have good performances. And then also there was a study by Betjeman and others where they actually found a greater impact of programs on youth employment outcomes in several developing countries. But the impact was lower in countries that had less flexible labor markets, right? So this particular study concludes that the highest returns for disadvantaged young people come from early and sustained interventions. At some of the interventions that I've just spoken to, right? Job search skills, promoting youth entrepreneurship, wage subsidies. They also mentioned that finance is important in determining success, so financial support of our youth. And then interventions also work better in countries with flexible labor markets as well. And yeah, I think I will end here. I'll end my talk here. I hope I provided context to the youth unemployment in South Africa, and that, you know, we still need to make more inroads into trying to assist our youth to have a smooth transition into the labor market. Thank you. Oh, I had a final word. Can I go? Oh, sorry. Yes, I had a final word. Sorry, I just saw my slides now. So from my end, so the high rate of youth unemployment in South Africa suggests that demand for young workers is insufficient and cannot absorb the rising number of job seekers entering the labor market. So these features of the labor market in South Africa indicate that obviously an incentive scheme such as the employment subsidy has a potential to create decent jobs. But also importantly, I think, is we need to have more collaborations with the private sector. So the private sector can actually help with alleviating youth unemployment by providing training to unemployed youths, financially supporting training programs, and participating in planning for skills acquisition and at the national labor. So speaking to my previous speaker, please, private collaborations are very key for our university graduates. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Carolyn, for unpacking and making sense of the numbers, for also showing the downside, but I think also the upside in this situation. So thank you very, very much indeed. I'd also like to just add to that in our audience today, we're very proud to have a number of our students who have graduated from the University of Pretoria and are in particularly high positions in various government and private sectors positions as well. So it's not always the downside, also the upside. In fact, just coming in this morning, I had a WhatsApp message from one of my students who is in Angola, and she says, I can't believe it, I've just been made head of the division in the Angolan institution. So there is an upside. So on that note, I'd like to invite you all to come out, have a little bit of a fresh air. The sun is shining, thank goodness. We were worried about rain. If you could all join us in the hub. My students, if you could just please come down quickly. We'll show you the where to go if you haven't had coffee there already. We'll have a tea break until past, and if you could all please return for some more presentations. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Right, welcome back everybody to the second session of our proceedings. This morning it gives me great pleasure to invite to the podium a former student of the University of Pretoria, in fact a PhD graduate from the EMS faculty, Dr. Kuladi Tlabela, who is the Director of Research in the Department of Tourism. Kuladi in my department, as well as Berendine's department, go back a long way. For over 10 years, we have been commissioned to do projects with the Department of Tourism on various issues. And so we know each other exceedingly well and have worked fruitfully together. I'm also glad to say that many of our students have also received bursaries, scholarships, and have been employed in the Department of Tourism. So as I said, Dr. Kuladi works for the Department of Tourism and is responsible for managing the research projects. Her work involves working closely with research institutions and higher learning entities to conduct and manage tourism research, develop and implement the tourism research agenda. We're looking very much forward to hearing what you have to say, Dr. Tlabela. So without further ado, over to you. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. I have a bit of a flu, but I think I can still project my voice. I want to start by thanking the organizers of the seminar, and in particular, Prof. Harris and Prof. Berendine Lebe, the team that we have worked with over a number of years, spending over 10 years, working with these institutions. In UP in particular, I think the collaboration that we have had with the institution even goes way beyond 10 years, because it is one of the institutions that we started the work that we do, collaborating with universities on research. And I am also delighted to see some of the people that we have also been working with that are also partners of I saw in the screen when Eva was presenting, I saw University of Zululand as well as University of Johannesburg. Those are the institutions that we have also been working with. It's really a pleasure indeed for us to be here to come and share the work that we have been doing with these institutions. As Prof. Harris has said that UP studied with UP, but there's no correlation between UP being the first institution and me being a student. So do not make any correlations there. So in my presentation, I am going to take you through this government university collaboration that we have had over the years. I will talk about the research collaboration framework, which is a framework that we use to guide this collaboration, and I will touch on the 3 areas of this framework, which is on the research studies that we do with the institutions, postgraduate financial support that we provide to students who are studying tourism and tourism-related studies. I will also talk about the information dissemination platforms that we host, and then I will also talk about collaboration benefits. I will also just want to highlight that in all these areas of collaboration, an underpinning area of work is involvement of students, making sure that students are part of the work that we do. Just by way of a background, it's always easy when you talk to the converted. You don't have to say much about the tourism being a priority sector for national development, as well as a potential engine for economic growth and employment. I'm doing this just to give and contextualize my presentation. As we all know that tourism is a multi-stakeholder sector. As a result, cooperation and close partnership among and between different stakeholders is very important. Stakeholder collaboration is also identified in the Tourism Recovery Plan as a key enabler of tourism recovery. You all know and we have seen how tourism was on its knees due to the impact that COVID had on the sector, with many businesses closing down and a lot of people as well losing jobs. So in the Tourism Recovery Plan, stakeholder collaboration is identified as a key enabler towards the recovery of the sector. Although the sector has made advances in growing employment and contributing to GDP, there are still some limitations, issues that still needs to be taken into account, that still needs to be considered. And in the main, there are a number of issues that we can talk about, but for this presentation, I just want to focus on two of those, and is around skills development as well as on research. The previous speakers spoke a lot on issues around unemployed graduates, as well as skill development programs and training, not really, that are offered institutions, not really addressing the needs of the sector. So one area first area then on skills development programs and training around that they do not, what is currently being offered, do not necessarily equip graduates with the requisite skills that are needed by the sector. To be able to work in the sector, there are certain skills that the sector requires in addition to a qualification that students get when they graduate from a university. The previous speakers also spoke a lot about a skills mismatch, and this comes out very much from a number of research studies where they're indicating that the skills supply that is currently available in the country is unable to keep up with new changes and the skills requirements, particularly with the impact that COVID has had on the sector. There are new skills that are required to be able to meet the new ways of doing things, because COVID has shown us that we need to be starting to do things differently. Now, the second area that I also want to talk about is around research, that while the NTSS identifies research as the NTSS, the National Tourism Sector Strategy, identifies research as a critical element, and that collaboration in tourism is very important. There are still limitations when you look at how collaboration and institutions are working together to make sure that we address and respond to the needs of the sector. Now, given these challenges that I have highlighted and these limitations, in 2011, the Department of Tourism initiated engagements with the Department of Higher Education to really look at how to enhance research capacity and ensure specifically from government side that the policies, the plans, and decisions that we make are evidence-based, that we do not thumbsuck, but we are led by empirical work that went through a rigorous process. Then it was then in 2012 that we signed MOUs with several universities. There they are, UP, UJ, Univen, CPUT, and then with time came UniZulu was also among the first ones. Then with time came UKZN, Northwest University, and then they will also have one institution, research institution, the Center for Scientific and Industrial Research, that we also signed an MOU with as one of the partners that we do research with. So the aim of this collaboration was really to make sure that we strengthen capacity in the area of research. Like I indicated that there is lack of cooperation, there's lack of collaboration within the area of research. So hence, as the department, we felt that we need to start these engagements and work closely with institutions. But critical in this work is to make sure that students form part of all the work that is being done in the different research projects. In my outline, I spoke about the funding, the research collaboration and funding framework. So we developed a framework that will guide us in terms of how do we collaborate with these institutions, as well as how do we fund any research or students that are also doing research related to the priority themes that we have. So if you look at the framework, the very critical area in terms of the criteria is around research agenda and research priorities. So this is priorities that we are aligned to national policies, that are aligned to national priorities, as well as priorities that are in the private sector as well as in other stakeholders. So our agenda is a very collaborative process, though it's not very comprehensive. We know there are still limitations in terms of our consultation with the different stakeholders, particularly with the private sector as well as other stakeholders within the tourism community. But when it comes to institutions of higher learning, this is where we have really made inroads. When we do and formulate this research agenda, we always do it in consultation with institutions. Then the second area that I want to talk about is around the selection of the institution in terms of how do we go about. I was asked not to go off the podium. The camera asked me to stay. So the second area is around selection of the institution. How do we select the institution? When we started the process initially, it was based more on the institution being a center of excellence. What is it that sets apart the institution from other institutions? What is their area of expertise? But with time, then we started to open up a call for any institution, public institutions that would want to form part and work with the department, but to respond to a request for proposal. A request for proposal based on priority themes that we would have identified and that we would also have consulted with different stakeholders. So the next step is that selection of institution is through a competitive process where institutions have to bid and to be part of the panel. And in my next slides, you will also see where I will show you the institutions that are currently part of our panel and that we are working with in terms of conducting research. Then the next area of work in terms of the research agenda is the student financial support. Prof. Harris has already alluded to this. What we do is, like I said, that students are very critical in terms of participating in the studies, in the research studies. So we provide financial support to students to continue their postgraduate studies and as well as to participate as well in the research studies that the institutions are conducting. Though on a small scale, but we have started working on this and making sure that students receive financial support to be able to pursue their postgraduate studies. Then the last element of the framework is the research information dissemination. This is an area where we want to make sure that the work that we do is disseminated and then people have access to it, that it does not end up on the shelves. So we have various platforms that we use to disseminate the research information that the institutions are doing. And we do this on an annual basis, and students are also involved as well in the different platforms. I will talk about them later in the next slides. Then here in this slide, what we want to show here is, in addition to the criteria and the conditions that I spoke about earlier, what becomes critical is to be able to answer certain questions when institutions have to collaborate with us. We want to look at, does the institution have the skills and the experience and the discipline to be able to accomplish a project? Because we have, our projects have time frames, others are over a year period, but others over a multi-years. But it becomes very important that this is one of the criteria to look at. The second criteria that we look at is to see whether the institution has a track record of doing research. And like I said earlier, that what is it that sets them apart, that competitive advantage that makes them different from other institutions? Because it doesn't help just to have everybody or all institutions, working in the same area. But if we have different areas in tourism, then we are able to get a lot from the studies that are conducted. Then in the last area is to check and see whether the institution, the commitment that the institution has towards tourism in general, tourism growth and development, but particularly in terms of tourism research. How much is the institution involved in tourism research? So that sets the criteria for collaboration, and the institution that we have collaborated also went through this process. We had to make sure that they meet this criteria. So there are 3 areas of collaboration in the MOUs that we have with the institutions. So the first one is on the research studies. I have already indicated or spoken about the research agenda. That is a consultative process with priority themes, and the process is competitive, and then there is also a panel of institutions that conduct research. Then there's issue of financial support to postgraduate students, and the last one on is around research dissemination, and the platforms that we use, a research seminar and the research repository. I'll talk about those as well in the next slides. As I have also indicated earlier, that very critical to this collaboration between the universities and us as government is to make sure that students are involved. Actually is a criteria. If you don't meet that criteria, then you do not qualify for participation. And this is to make sure that it's about advancement of students as part of human capacity development. And what we also emphasize is to make sure that students are also involved in all phases of the research process, making sure that they are involved as assistants, providing assistance with project coordination, field supervision, and data collection and analysis. Here I just highlighted some of the areas that students are involved in, but that's not limited to this. Identification of any existing data sources or information that is required to be able to do the studies, desktop research, literature review, and any databases that will be used, identifying participants and respondents, the development of data collection tools, whether they are quantitative or qualitative, and then the whole process of data cleaning and generation, and also doing primary preliminary analysis, data analysis, and report writing. So as you can see, it's involvement of students throughout the research process. And these are mostly part of the technical skills that students draw from their participation in the studies. But we also emphasize that there are soft skills that students should be able to get once they are involved in the studies, because these are some of the skills that are required by the sector. And as the previous speakers indicated, that because of this mismatch, students, you will find that focuses mostly on technical and ignoring the soft skills, which are very critical for industry. So I just mentioned just a few here. Planning, organization, and time management, very critical. You know, a high attention to detail. As tourism is a people's industry, it becomes important that the person is able to relate to people, have a strong work ethic, and be able to communicate verbally, as well as, you know, be able to have written skills, as well as to be able to critically analyze solutions and be able to draw conclusions. One of the issues that the first speaker spoke about was around making sure that students are able to have problem-solving skills. So these are some of the skills that we make sure that students are able to get in preparation for them when they have to go out into the area, into the world of work. Then the issue around postgraduate financial support. In the first area, the first column is around issues in terms of the responsibilities. From our side as the department, what we do, we allocate financial support to universities for them to identify qualifying students. But we do this as a collaboration, including, you know, the criteria and the obligations to award a financial support. It's something that we do together. One of the issues that we emphasize is also to make sure that the transformation agenda is taken into consideration and include or prioritize students from previously disadvantaged backgrounds. Funding is provided annually, on an annual basis, until the student completes their qualification. So even if there's an institution in a particular year is not awarded a research project, but the students from that institution continue to get finance to be able to complete their studies. Then from the university side, as already spoken about, identifying qualifying students. Then on an annual basis, we have to, because we have to report and give an indication of how the funds that we submitted or that were transferred to institutions, they were utilized. So on an annual basis as well, we request institutions to provide us with a progress report on how students are faring, as well in terms of how the funds that were allocated have been spent. Then you know that due to some difficulties, some students who experience some challenges, it's also important that the institution work with the students in terms of how they recoup that money, whether it's also students who also failed to meet some of the obligations related to the awarding of financial support. So that becomes a responsibility of the university. Then in terms of the research dissemination, as I indicated, that we have different platforms that we use where students are involved. The first one is the research seminar. This is an event that we host annually in March, where universities come and present the findings and recommendations of the research studies that they were involved or they conducted on behalf of the department. But critical there is for students are also engaged and participate by either making standing or poster presentations or doing a poster exhibitions. And what is also important, important as well in these seminars is that we also give students get an opportunity to engage and receive comments from sector stakeholders, because we do invite them and make sure that they are there to engage with students and be able to take them on board in terms of them understanding what the industry is all about and what are the requirements and things that they need to be paying attention to. The second platform is this research seminar, the student research seminar. Here we work with different institutions, we partner with them. We have partnered with TISA before to do a student research seminar where we give students an opportunity to present their research work, as well as an opportunity to engage with industry stakeholders. Then the last platform as part of our information dissemination is the research repository, which is an online platform where we share and provide access to the research outputs of, throughout the 10-year period that we have been working with universities. And then we have one of the student research corner, where it's specifically focusing on the work that students are doing or what they have done, whether it's the articles or journal articles, or whether it's their dissemination, whether it's their dissertations or thesis or conference papers. So that menu is specifically dedicated to the work that students are doing. The research agenda, part of the research agenda is not just about what the institutions will be doing, but we also have a list of priority themes and topics that students can actually look at when they want to do, or whether they are studies into a postgraduate, whether they want to do a master's or a PhD, they can actually consult our research agenda and be able to see the priority needs and where the research gaps are. And this is list in terms of the needs from both private and public sector. Earlier on, I said I will just share some of the work that we have done, that we are even currently doing. We have, in 2020, we went out on a call to request for proposal. And in the 3 areas, revolutionizing domestic tourism, sector demand and supply, and transformation. Actually, there were other areas, but unfortunately, we did not receive any proposal. Like, for example, in technological advancement, we did not receive any proposal in that area. So we appointed a panel of 6 institutions: UKZN, UJ, Northwest, UJ, UKZN, UP, Northwest, and Univen, UJ, CSIR. Yeah, those are the 6 institutions. So UKZN and UP, UKZN under the leadership of Prof. Bob did some work for us on domestic tourism. And in UP, it was Prof. Harris as the project leader, also focusing on domestic tourism. And on sector demand and supply, University of Northwest and Univen worked together, while UJ on tourism sector demand and supply, and UJ as well on sector demand and supply, but specifically focusing on rural tourism as a specific niche. Then in the area of transformation, we had CSIR and University of KwaZulu-Natal. So this year, we extended the scope of the studies, of the 3 studies, because those 3 studies came up with specific research outputs that needs to be implemented. So we extended the scope to ensure that we pilot these outputs prior to them being implemented. So UKZN is piloting a framework on refinement of the domestic tourism recovery framework, and UP is piloting and refining the domestic tourism remodeling model, and Northwest and Univen are piloting the tourism resilience model. So these are the 6 institutions that are part of the panel that we're currently working on. And students, like I said, are actively involved in those studies. So in terms of the collaboration benefits, a critical area in terms of the collaboration is to ensure that is to enable students to gather skills that benefits them beyond their academic life. I think Ronel spoke a lot about this at the beginning, to make sure that the skills that are needed should be beyond what they get from academia, because once they get out into the world of work, it should be things that actually meet the needs of the sector. Then another benefit is to make sure that the students also get practical exposure, and as well as working closely with experienced researchers. Very critical is to ensure that there is a balance between theory and practice. Theory and practice, making sure that there is that synergy and balance. Fostering critical thinking and analytical skills through hands-on learning. It's practical as well, that we make sure that students are exposed to the industry as well. Then the collaboration also affords students an opportunity to gain skills to gather and analyze information and build knowledge. Critical as well, communications. Remember the competencies that we spoke about earlier, the soft skills, whether limited here, communication, the right attitude. We want to make sure that students have a right attitude. Technological capabilities, I can't emphasize more on this. It was highly emphasized in that presentation by Dr. Chisatsa. Then in the area of research is to make sure that the research, the collaboration, make sure that students also are able to generate up-to-date and evidence-based information and knowledge that is required to make decisions, and then as well as facilitate access to tourism information. So in conclusion, we just want to emphasize that the importance of a multi-stakeholder collaboration on how to organize, process, and share and use information in decision-making is important. And with several studies confirming the skills mismatch in the sector, it is important that the needs of the sector are prioritized in the collaboration between government and universities. While the collaboration has worked well over time, there are still some limitations, and these are mainly around consultation with different stakeholders, being able to reach a wider stakeholder community, and especially the industry, and making sure that emerging and pertinent issues that require researching are also form part of the research agenda. And by so doing, if we are able to meet that requirement and be able to consult widely, this will ensure that intrinsic skills that are relevant to the sector are identified in tourism training and are also aligned to the changing skills that are needed, especially now with the impact that COVID has had. There are new skills that are required, and we need to be focusing on those. So these are some of our plans going in the future to make sure that our consultation is more widely. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tabela, for sharing with us the collaboration that we have and what National Department of Tourism is setting out to do. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor and privilege to introduce to you Professor SUCSESS Cooper. I could spend half an hour just going through his CV. He's the current president of the Pan-African Psychology Union, also the International Union of Psychological Science, and a former president of the Psychological Society of South Africa. He's also the only person who does not have a medical or dental professional degree to have been a vice president of the Health Professional Council of South Africa. He has a PhD in psychology from Boston University and received a number of international awards. We're very, very happy, Professor Cooper, that you are going to speak today to us about a very important issue, and that is employment and graduates' mental well-being. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. It's my singular pleasure to be with you here today and share some thoughts with you on what is probably the most burning topic that the world confronts as we hopefully exit from COVID, because our world is one, and we have issues affecting young people, which I'm going to have already been addressed, but I'm going to focus a little on that. One correction, I'm not president of the International Union anymore. I'm a previous president. Let's see. Right. Okay. What I propose to do is, some of these issues have already been covered, but cover a little the major factors conjoining to create a particular attitude and thinking amongst us in the social media age, where instantly we are bombarded with information from all over. And talk a little bit about the need for social stability, economic certainty, and also environmental sustainability and peace. The Vice Chancellor mentioned certain SDGs, 4 and 8. To that I would add 6, which is physical health and mental well-being, which is important. However, a big caveat, whatever the agenda is anywhere else, they become just that agenda. Like the SDGs before, and they were, all these country states agreed it was a resounding success. And lo and behold, we hit COVID, and we know that there are huge gaps. Just like this, we've got 7 or so years to go before this program will be declared a resounding success, and young people will be left further in the lurch. I'll provide a specific context with the continent and with our country. I raised a question in the early 1980s. Are we creating a lost generation in this country? And what is woefully apparent is that we're creating and have created lost generations. So that generation of 1976 is now the grandparents. And that's part of the backdrop that we've got to think about when we confront this issue. There's also a huge problem with the intergenerational mix, because young people are totally excluded from nearly all systems except getting acted upon. And yet, they are the future. So, the context is a very fast-changing geopolitical world. It is shrinking remarkably. Thank heaven, in this year, nobody in government has spoken about 4IR. It has left us behind, totally left us behind. And during this period of COVID, when everybody is looking at who's the expert, should I vaccinate, should I not, instant experts with a little bit of knowledge confusing the rest of us, right, at the best of times. In that situation, bots are created to focus us into a very narrow, bigoted view of the world. We draw in to ourselves on narrow nationalism. Sweden has just elected a prime minister from the far right. Denmark confronted the same issues a few years ago. And the world is getting further and further to the right, and young people in countries like France, for instance, are beginning to support Marine Le Pen. And when you look at the talking heads, you get young people from Africa and the rest of the world saying why Marine Le Pen appeals to them. The new Prime Minister, I think, of Italy has taken on Macron, talking about, you mention us and our right-wing and fascist tendencies, but look at you, you're still exacting a colonial tax from Africa, without which France will not be the second backstop to the EU. So, conditions under COVID have actually highlighted what the UN Deputy Secretary General has called the fault lines in society. But yet, will we deal with those fault lines? Because the cracks chew up our young people. And this poses threats to all of us, not only young people, but to entire societies. Indeed, our very future is at stake. I'm not going to be, raising a Cassandra issue. That's a reality. We saw July happen last year. That should have made us terrified. So, health, education, decent living conditions, the right to dignity and all that comes with it are not daily problems that researchers confront or the funding is available to explore. It's functional. It becomes utilitarian for how do you create the job, and let's ignore the context. So there will be funding for some of those, but the pressing issues will not get funded. And in a society like ours, 28 years after democracy, when the very heavens should be open to the majority of people in our society, young people, it's constrained. It's older people who control resources and have become gatekeepers. We know there is massive disaffection. Young people are deracinated from most systems in society. And in South Africa, it's entrenched. If you don't think so, look at the voting between the general election and 2nd of November last year with local government elections. The voting pool increased by just 250,000. What happened to the rest? Did they die from COVID? Young people are not in that system. That's why we need to be terrified. And when you have the young people you interact with, cherish them. Be enabling so that they don't fall into the traps that become very attractive for violence, indeed, for conditions of war. We have a colossal failure of leadership in all sectors. If the ex-Pretoria Boys High School guy just took over Twitter. And that becomes a massive role model. We're in trouble. We're in serious trouble. We also face corruption, and that's the abiding ethic in this country. Corruption and everything else that goes with it, which tend to further exclude young people. We have governance failure. Parliament just passed last week a bill which even its own commission objected to. But it passed the bill because self-interest reigned supreme. Those adults who are in power want to exclude the rest of us from consideration in our society. So if we look at the continent, the 35 least developed countries on the continent are these. And 31 are in Africa. That's 88% of them are in Africa. Right? It should give us pause to think again about what is happening on the continent, and we are on the southern tip of the African continent. So, Munang has said this, that some 240 million people go to bed hungry. And you've heard the scenario planners talk at the turn of the century about how Africa's youth are its future. They are going to create all this stuff. They're going to change the face of Africa. And what do we find? Exactly the opposite. So if you look at countries that have fast-growing economies, Ethiopia, Ghana, you'll find that young people are effectively employed, effectively engaged. Let me use the term engaged, because there is a problem in my mind with employment. There is no new employment that's going to be created in the world. That's a sad reality. The jobs are not going to be created, and yet from next year you'll be told about jobs, bread, etc. No new jobs are going to be created. There's a shrinking because of the technological revolution. It means we need to reconsider our education system on how we create meaning for ourselves, our children, and their children. Without that, without creating agency in young people, without creating an inquiring spirit, entrepreneurship, if you like, of creating their own sustainability, very different from how we conceptualize what is employment. So, all of this does not promote young people's involvement. Some continental statistics, we have the youngest population globally. COVID has not affected Africa as much as it's affected Europe, North America. Why? Because of aging populations. That virus preys on older people. Young people have been infected all over the world very early. In 2020, by the third quarter of 2020, most young people were infected. But because of their robustness, they don't show the symptoms. Okay? And when some of us said that, then we were told, no, we're talking through our heads. But the youthful population in Africa precluded devastation that hit Europe and the Americas. So more than 70% live on that pittance, and youth unemployment on the continent is more than 60%. So all these issues that Munang and you and I know drive young people to go into boats that are makeshift, cross the Mediterranean, seeking a better life, is because of what they want to escape: the corruption, the lack of inclusion, the lack of involvement and engagement in all of African societies throughout the continent. And I'm not going to say sub-Saharan. So the ability to involve young people and make them center stage is important because it is the only antidote to the consequences you don't want to face. Proneness to fundamentalism, carriers of hate and terror. And that's what we saw in small form in our Julys of our discontent. So there's no quick fix solutions to all of this. South African statistic, we're the 25th most populous country on earth. Our median age is 27.6. It may have changed, gone down, right, with the next census. Our youth unemployment is just under 60%. The economics lecturer gave detailed statistic on that. An old statistic of early 2020 is that 74.7% of mid-teens to mid-20s out of school, out of work. What does it tell us with COVID and the dropout rate and further declaring people redundant? So that population is less than, some 60%, less than 30 years. Older population, only 16%. And more than 65, a minority, single digit. So we confront a fracture of the psyche in individuals, in groups, I'm loath to say in communities, because communities as we've known them don't actually exist. If you name me one community that exists besides Orania and one or two other places, I think I will shut up. I will take a vow of silence for life, because our communities have been thoroughly disrupted. There's serious social and economic trepidation in our society, and that must affect all of us. And the carriers of it are young people, because they watch, they listen at a very early age on the news and wherever else, and all the insecurity, the depression starts from that age. And if you ask those outside of the university environment, and you ask young people about your family, or that which exists as its family, you'll find that a high unemployment and redundancy rate exists amongst them. So what do you think will happen as you grow older? Do you think you're going to be thinking about well-being, thinking about meaningful engagement, when all around you people are left idle with very little to do? And violence is disproportionately worldwide committed by young people. In our country, and I heard the Gauteng Police Commissioner, General Elias Mawela, speak this morning about the attack in Ennerdale, cars going and shooting street vendors, 7 dead. He said something which many of us have said for years. South Africa is a violent society. We need to acknowledge that. We disacknowledge it at our own peril. In December, we're going to go on to GBV against women and children. It happens all the time, and we devote 2 weeks to it. So, homicide deaths peak at that age. That's an international statistic. And all these other issues that impact young people especially. Where's the next meal going to come from? Opportunity, no employment. Depression rates rise. Let alone academic performance. I've seen with young people in universities now these factors impacting their well-being and mental health. Physical ill health exacerbated by psychosocial factors. An old statistic from the last century tells us that 1 in 2 persons who go to medical practitioners have a psychological base for what they present with. And yet we give people a little pill or an injection and you'll be fine. what happens in the headspace influences your well-being. So all these issues that you see there are factors which impact terribly negatively on young people. Suicide is a massive issue in the world, and I'm going to give you the countries, and you can see them in rank order, which is the highest. Lesotho has the highest rate in the world of recorded stats. Eswatini is number 3. And there you get us, South Africa. After that, you get Botswana, then the Central African Republic. So something is happening in Southern Africa where people are killing themselves. This is an old statistic. What do you think is going to come through with COVID? So South Africa has a higher preponderance of male suicides. Women gesture, but to carry it out, it's less than 1 in 10, but males carry it through. And you've seen it with family murder. Shoot your members of your family or do something to them and then self-murder. Right? And that, colleagues, comes from P.W. Botha's period when we invaded Angola. Body bags came back to this country. Self-murder and family murder started in a big way then. It's now been normalized in our society. If you think that's not true, track the research. So Southern Africa leads the world in suicide. And suicide is the second leading cause of death amongst that group, 15 to under 30 in the world. That should give us, again, cause for concern. And in South Africa, the recorded statistics, 9% of all teenage deaths and rising due to suicide. So depression is massive. The sense of hopelessness and helplessness driven by the context, the socio-economic, political context where I'm redundant, where members of important others in my network are redundant, must play a role in our state of mental health. I wrote this in the spring of 1994, that the institution most devastated, this is supposed to be my call to wrap up, going on the change time, that the family has been devastated by apartheid. Indeed, the family continues to be devastated. And the statistics there come from 1994. But I know, growing up with a single-parent mother, the majority of us, especially black, have grown up without an important male figure. And the male figure often is abusive or just disappears. So, youth have grown up with very little significant socialization in the post-1976 to the 1994 period. That has continued because where youth became our conscience and played a central role in change in this country, bringing about democracy. At the dawn of democracy, they moved out from the center stage. And so self-destructive and other activities take place. The redundancy, not only in society, but amongst youth, has been exacerbated. So how do you respond to that? Anger, frustration? The quest for a better life seems so far away. So that apartheid politicization and its rigid restriction of young people has been exacerbated during democracy. Young people are there, but they looked at in the negative. They're not considered. And when somebody young stands up and says, I want to stand up for this party or so, everybody, including young people, laugh at him or her, saying, you know, why do you want to become a leader? We should be looking at an older person. Can the older generation who constitute a single-digit % continue to lead us under these chaotic conditions? They can't. So young people need to step to the fore. How do they do that? Of course, one of the definitions is a crazy definition. Young people are defined as under 35. Nowhere in the world will you define young people as under 35. The definition traditionally remains 25. In the UN system, if you send a youth representative, that person should not be over 25. That's what it means. But we've extended that to continue to incorporate younger people. So in the statistic presented by the economics lecturer, you saw the change in the over 30 grouping, 34 to upper grouping, because they come into those statistics. So I'm just quoting from an old paper there. So that center stage is not there, young people don't play the role they ought to play. Non-essential and dangerous to even contemplate bringing young people into a discussion. Very dangerous, because I don't understand a 15-year-old. I don't understand a 25-year-old. That's the mentality of people in power. So that marginalization continues, and continues at the expense of all of us. So if you look at the Human Development Report 2020, it talks about putting these freedoms, etc., first, and that empowered people can unleash real transformation. But young people are the majority. Are they playing that role in doing this? No, and they won't. So COVID interceded, and we know the consequences. Everyone talks about the Bhutan well-being, psychosocial, health, physical, etc. But the groups where power gets concentrated, colonial powers, Europe, North America, all those people that were in the Congress of Berlin in 1884, 1886, that period, the extraction from Africa continues apace. Privileged groups, the elites, the nomenclatura in our society, large companies, they will continue. They concentrate the power. The majority of people, especially young people, play no role in that. So what we have is disadvantage in the colony, most of Africa, racial ethnic minorities, low wage earners, local communities, if you can call them that, and this generation, Generation X, the next generation, inherits all of this, a chaotic, almost failed state waiting to happen. There are these sayings, and you can see what they mean, that we don't look at our child as part of our future. Indeed, some politicians said, we end up like pigs, we eat our own. I've seen that with trade unions blocking entry into job experience. How does a parent prevent his nephew, prevent her child from being absorbed into the work stream, however menial it may be? So we are the masters of our own fate. You know, this is something that Shakespeare talked about at Julius Caesar. But really, the worst is to be indifferent. George Bernard Shaw's quotation there. Because it's not to hate them, but just be indifferent. The essence of inhumanity. And how we treat, I believe, the worst amongst us, especially our young people, underpins our own claim to being human. We ignore the problems our children, our youth face at our own peril. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Cooper. Some rather disturbing but very realistic information that you've shared with us, and I think that just adds to the urgency of addressing, as you say, our youth and the problems that we face on the African continent. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the other end of the spectrum, not our youth, but something that our youth is very much involved in and keen on, and that is artificial intelligence. It's my great pleasure to welcome this morning Mr. Barry Foster, who will be speaking to us on AI as a threat or an employment opportunity. Barry Foster is the Chief Strategy Officer of VSLS Human Capital Consulting, and he's a leader with a track record that goes on and on and on, which I won't go into. He's particularly interested in strategic talent management, future of work, and culture transformation. He leads VSL Enablement Technologies and the workforce transformation teams that specialize in strategic advisory, content experience design, and technology enablement to unlock the true potential of organization. His passion is organizational learning, and he's fascinated by the interplay between organizational learning, technology, and large-scale behavioral change. Thank you very much, Barry. Darlene will assist you there. Thanks. Right, well, we just get our technology. I was wondering if Barry was moving away and was going to do this with artificial intelligence, so yeah, but he'll be back. Ladies and gentlemen, just for the rest of today's program, once Barry has presented, we will then be going across back to the hub for lunch, and then we reconvene here, please, at 13:30, which to me focuses on the important role player in this whole seminar, and that is the youth. We're very proud that our honour students will be presenting this afternoon from both the Faculty of Humanities and the Faculty of Economic Management Sciences, and my colleague Hannes Engelbrecht will be taking us through that process. We then have one of our heads of departments, the Department of Business Management in the Economic Management Sciences faculty, Professor Alex Antonidis, who will be talking about graduates for tomorrow and ready for work. And then our Deputy Dean of EMS will wrap up. So there is still a lot on the agenda, and he's not going to be artificial intelligence, he is coming back in his human form. So thank you very much. Welcome to our speaker.
Thank you very much, and it's good to see all of you, so get me active. I'm going to talk about, I'm not the hologram, so that you can see I've been moving. I do want to talk a little bit about AI, and Seth, thank you very much for the sobering information you gave us. I'm going to probably do a little bit of the same and start looking at what AI is going to do in terms of jobs. Are we going to, have them net positive, net negative, or net neutral? So let's vote as the slides start picking up. So let's see. Will AI, I'll just use my voice. Will AI create more jobs? Put your hand up. More jobs? More jobs. I'm just asking. I'll put the conditions. Aha. And he says. Sorry? I'll do that. Okay. Makes it so difficult. It feels very difficult. In any case. So let's say net positive. Those of you, let's see, how many do we have? Okay, net negative. Thinks we'll lose more jobs than we'll create. Kind of in the middle. Okay, so it seems like equal in terms of net positive and net negative. So let's talk a little bit about that. So I started talking about the future of work and the influence of AI probably 5-6 years ago when we started talking about the future of work. And then I did the kind of stuff that insurance salesmen do. I put a picture on the wall to kind of scare you X-less, to say this is what it will be and we will lose jobs en masse. And in fact, I do think that some of that is still true. I do think that there'll be massive movements, and the conditions under which some of this will happen is going to be quite interesting. When I do the slides, I'm also going to talk a little bit about net positive and net negative, and that might be not equally distributed globally, which is the other part of it. So I think if you start thinking about it, there's a graph that's often used by the World Bank and others that look at which jobs, and we'll talk a little bit about which those are, which jobs are created and which we will lose in the short to medium term. Which do we think will be added by new things in the economy? I think on average, the truth is that we'll probably add at least one job for every 6 jobs that, and here it's doing a really interesting thing, but I'll let it go. There it is, and I have to stand here. So if you look at, let me just have a look, and it does that. If you look at employment in each sector, you'll see that there's probably an indication that employment will be lost due to forms of automation that relate directly to AI, so that's the question. And then there's the chance of innovation, and then the sectors are indicated by susceptibility to automation. The question is, how much of that will change? Now, what is probably true is that whether we create or whether we lose, and probably that's part and parcel of the message, is 40 to 50% of what we do will change. And I thought I'll show you a little bit about what that looks like. So if you look at the jobs, this is from a World Economic Report. And by the way, what I've tried to do is I've tried to take bits and pieces from several experts. I've taken work from the World Economic Report, from the World Bank, from Jos Bersin, and a few others, and tried to pull them together into a little bit of a narrative of where this is taking us. So if you look at employment trends, and this is for the US, in terms of where we think this will happen in terms of high risks of automation, this is already up till 2018, you'll see that people like computer operators, executive assistants, word processors, right down to drywall and ceiling installers, except if you're in Australia. We'll talk a little bit about why that is. All of those will reduce substantially. The truth is, though, is if you look at those redundant roles up to 2025, which is just 3 years from now, it's a little bit less, it's actually just 2, we'll have redundant roles decline from 15.4 to 9%. That's a nice drop. And there'll be an increase of 7.8 to 13%. So you'll see the equilibrium is changing a little bit in terms of AI. What I will show you, well, let me show you in a second. The biggest message from this slide is however this. And Seth, to your point, if you live in South Africa, about 200 million jobs will either read some kind of reskilling, so that you can do something more with what you already have, or complete upskilling. That's the 85 and 97. It's probably a little bit more. That's by 2030-ish. The question again is, what does that look like? What's the complexion of the problem? If I go and look at that, what I want to use is I'm going to use some AI to predict and show you what AI can do. So I'm going to use a program used by the Boston Consulting Group and the World Economic Forum. It's called Fathom. And I want to show you a little bit of what it looks like for a large mining company in South Africa. And the predictions we can do with these types of tools is, so this is an interesting message for HR practitioners. So these are the kinds of tools that HR practitioners need to use to help their organizations better understand what will happen to their organizations. And if I look at that, and I used a program like this, I can look at a large mining group in South Africa over the next 15 to 20 years. So what you can see is due to automation, so those are, and I'll show you what those technologies involve. If you look at that, the salary cost for this large organization means that they will have a budget reduction due to automation of about 27%. That's a hell of a lot of money. Just put that into South African terms as 92 million pounds. Somebody wants to calculate on current exchange rate. Where does that put us? This is going to be R1 billion. So R1 billion, if you look at the number of people, that's about 10,000 people, 22% of the workforce will be automated. And then you can see on this side, you can also see it's in this specific case.
Excuse me, Mr. Foster, there's a request for you not to look behind and use the monitor.
I'll use the monitor.
I don't talk to you because
If you look at the FTEs, you'll see about 7.7 thousand people decrease. That's mostly in male workers in this case. And this is true for many industries in this country, if you listen to the previous speaker. In South Africa, a large majority of people who will be under pressure from losing their jobs due to automation will probably be males. And there's nothing sexist about that. They're just the strong guys working in mines and manufacturing. It's just a fact of life. If you look at capacity gains, there's about a 4.1 increase to that, and then there's some tech jobs that we can add. So I also thought I'd use another methodology. This one is by Boston Consulting Group, to look at the workforce supply and demand up till 2030. So that you can see. So the question is still, will AI take those jobs? So what we're going to look at is, I'm going to look at the US, I'm going to look at Germany and Australia just to do a little bit of a comparison. And I want to see, of those people, graduates moving into the workforce, net migration into the workforce, as well as from a job creation point of view, which additional jobs there are. And the answer is, if you look at those, it's not there yet. If you look at how those jobs will be influenced, what I want to show quickly is the types of AI, because we typically use general terms when we say will be influenced by AI. On the one hand, there's a kind of first level, which is programmed AI, which is everything from process automation to the kind of technologies that you'll see from a kind of predictive AI tools and so on. The next one is really reactive technologies. These are technologies that help us to be able to predict things, be able to see things. You'll see those in terms of holographic lenses. I don't know if anybody's seen that in mining, where a mining technician can go to a piece of equipment, will be told what's wrong with the equipment. You'll see those type. And then there's technologies in terms of decision making, and then broader AI technologies, and lastly, self-improvement technologies that go down to kind of optical equipment and so on. What this gives you is a kind of indication. So those on the left-hand side, on my right-hand side, the programmed ones, they are the ones that we can relatively easily predict what will happen to them. Those further along, the number 4, the reinforced AI ones, those are ones that we have some idea, and they start kicking in probably in the next, I would say, 7 to 15 years. You'll see some early signs of them. So the truth is, though, is that from a workforce point of view, if you look at those various companies, the United States, Germany, and Australia, you'll see that on the whole, and this has been done during COVID, you'll see that actually the effect is close to net neutral. Which means that the number of job shortfalls will be equal to the number of creations. But you should be asking me a question immediately. Are they in the same sectors? So if you're in Luxembourg, I'm using Luxembourg because there's a very good countrywide example in Luxembourg. Luxembourg has an influx of about, I think, 4 million people per day from Germany, the Netherlands, and France. Is it 4? I'm not absolutely sure, but I think it's in that region. If it's not that, it means, those are single people moving in and out at least per month or per annum. These are additional people that are supported by the Luxembourgian economy. What they are looking at is that in that economy, they will shed jobs in financial services at a relatively high speed. These are all due to automation. What they know is that they need to help themselves. This is the Luxembourgians themselves, as well as those people coming into their country, create other jobs. So they're doing massive shifts from financial services skills into probably healthcare for the most of them. This is a countrywide example. And what you should be asking me, and I'll have a look at this, is, and this is to Seth, to your quote. So the problem here is, and I do want to read this, the stock prediction for labor deficit suggests that all three of the countries we studied should take deliberate action to build a workforce that is ready for the future. This is for those 3 advanced economies: Germany, the United States, and Australia. By the way, if you looked at Australia, you'll see that they probably have a surplus. You wouldn't think that, but they do, and there are very specific reasons for that. And it says that the following part is: governments and corporate leaders need to understand the specific demographic challenges they face, where the biggest impact of automation will be, and how they can help individuals remain employable and maintaining their skills. Now I'll make the controversial statement. Very few countries in the continent, and especially this government, has done some things to alleviate that, but they've not nearly done enough to put us into a position to look after the young people of this country and help them with the skills they need to go forward. And I'll show you a little bit about what that looks like. If you just look at that, in the United States, of the 6 jobs that will be automated or augmented by new technologies, you need to create 1 additional job to look after those technologies. So I'll give you an example. If you go down to East London, they do train their own technical people, so artisans, to work in the factory. It costs them, just a wild guess, what does it cost to train a medical student? Broadly. These days. Give or take. Come on, give me an answer. Medical students less than that, though. It's about $1 million plus, 1 to 1.5 probably. It costs exactly the same amount of money to train an automotive millwright to work in the factory. And the reason for that is we don't deliver those people anymore. We don't have a system, TVET colleges, that can, so they need to train them themselves. So right from day one, they pay their salaries and they train them up and they find them. So they cost the same as training closely medical students. We did a study several years ago. And of course, they have to buy really important equipment because they have to train them on the robots that they use in the factories. The truth is, though, that factory, that Mercedes-Benz factory, which is the best Mercedes-Benz, one of the best Mercedes-Benz factories in the world and gets the J.D. Powers Award every year, that factory is employing more people because they have more robots to service. And that's the kind of change. So let me look at this. So if you look at this slide, and this is really important. Whoops. If you look at the categories, so you can look at the added jobs and the deficit, you'll see that the one is probably, it's not difficult to guess, people in retail. These are the same people that you can say bank clerks. We will use less of them. But on the other hand, you need to have computer occupations. You've got material recording, and on the other hand, you've got healthcare. By the way, it's really interesting to have those first 2 ones, and it's healthcare diagnosing and treating practitioners. And then you've got, on the other hand, financial clerks. There's some loss there. So there are 2 trends, and hopefully you can work with me to see that. It's quite interesting, though. Is the question again is will AI reduce the number of jobs? And is that where the threat is? Well, actually, there are 2 categories in which you need to have more people. And it becomes quite clear in this, and I'll go into the rest of the graphs just now. It is both in those areas that require STEM type of skills or STEAM skills. You can say whichever you want to. But the second part of it is those skills that require high levels of human-to-human interaction. And if you look at Australia, it's interesting is that they've kind of have a middle ground in which people have neither. So they need more occupational therapists, and they need more computing people and more technical people, and they can't get enough or produce enough. So it's supposed to play out a little bit better, but this one said, oh, skills. And I think what this is about is that the question is where to put our money and think about the skills. And if you look at this is an employment statistic from the US, the US Census Bureau. And if you look at that, you can look at the graphs and you'll see that there's a real downward curve in terms of routine occupations and then non-routine occupations. So if I said both technically inclined or human to human inclined, as soon as it is repetitive or routine, there's a decline. And if you look at those declines, they're beautiful. I mean, they're just exponential both ways. And so this gives you an idea. It's not only about the AI, it is also with regards to how routine the work is related to either the technology or to the human part of it. The question then is how do we think about this going forward? What do we do if we know this is true? And I'm going to talk about organizations, and let's talk about organizations that are in this room or a university and so forth. By the way, I do think that curriculum enhancement and transformation, if I look at the speed of that, it is pedestrian compared to what is required, just in terms of what I can see in the industries. So if you look at underperforming operations, that's one area, and you can look at the kinds of skills that you need there. You can look at future talent gaps, and the truth is you can go off and try and appoint and recruit those people. If you're in South Africa, that would be very, very difficult. Let's take an automotive group like Motors. Even for them to find new salespeople is difficult. They just steal them from other people. It's a kind of contained market. And then the long pieces around long-term transformation. I think to do that, in terms of what that looks like, we really need to also start thinking a little bit differently around those skills and the routine nature of them. And to do this, I think, I base this on some work. I don't know if anybody of you in the HR industry know a guy called John Boudreau. John just recently published a book. The book's called Work Without Jobs. And the truth is, what he's moving towards is to say that we need to think about skills-based economies, and hence my view on skills. But what we tend to do is we think that jobs are these things contained by a very neat and discrete description. And we know quite clearly now is that we've moved away from that. We can see that everywhere, although our educational systems are very much focused to that. I spoke at a conference just recently, and somebody said, what do we tell these youth, the ones that are already depressed? What do we tell them if I tell them that the jobs they were studying for will disappear? What do I help to prepare them for that? And part of what we need to do is to help them think about a future that isn't about the AI piece, it's about the routine piece, but it's also about a different way of thinking about the multiple roles that they'll probably have to and will play within their lives. And what they are busy with is building a bucket full of capabilities. And those capabilities are, by definition, both technical and soft. And then you can go down and look at those minute skills that are related to that. And what we need to do as institutions in ways of helping the youth is also protect and store those in much better ways. What I mean by that is not in a PDF at some agency that prints them out to you so that you can drive with your car, fax them, in smarter electronic ways so that we can share these and help build some of these skills. I look at this and I often see organizations still thinking that you'd have to tackle very complex problems and you can do that by job descriptions. I can tell you that other guy from Boys Eye, when he does SpaceX, he doesn't do that by job description. I can tell you, because I was at a conference recently, NASA does. Hence the difference in speed. The second part is how do we think about jobs of the future? How do we help organizations think about that? First things first, perhaps, just this is a personal issue. When universities and higher educations and schools then think that they need to be focused on what the market wants, that's not what I'm saying, if anybody is confused about that. A university without a music department should not exist, or poetry, or philosophy. And I think those are deeply entrenched, and part of that, and they are deeply important to the future, because we can't necessarily predict. And as you can see from this, if you look at those ones declining, they go from routine cognitive, so office managers and receptionists, but look at those routine manual. Those are mechanics and cleaners and so on. But I'll add another one to that. There's one that often comes up when I do some of these studies using Fathom. Think banking. Think really well paid, driving a Porsche. A trader. A very well paid trader is in that same category in terms of routine manual and routine cognitive. So if you look at those others, if you really look at the routine cognitive ones, these are designers and doctors and HR staff and so on. And then on the furthest one is in terms of personal trainers and so on. These are really the things we should be encouraging our children to study and areas in which they can build capabilities. I don't know if any of you have ever worked with a guy called Jason Bygate. Jason's got a very interesting view on South Africa in this regard. He says we'll never be able to compete with India in terms of coding. We shouldn't even try. Doesn't mean we shouldn't train our young people in that, but he says what we're really good at is a kind of digital application. We seem to do better at that than most countries. We just have people who get them ready and they know how to use drones or pieces of equipment, whether that be in agriculture or elsewhere. And I think in that sense, what we should look at is to help young people move into those non-routine cognitive and non-routine manual. I do want to quote this again, and I really want us to just look at this, but it says that in a recent study by the IZA Institute of Economics, looked at these trends and found that the slowest growing economies actually had much larger of percentages with routine intensive roles. You want to guess which country that is? I'll show you a little bit. I don't know if you know this graph. It's a World Bank graph. This one is a World Economic Forum one. Do you know what that little squiggle is up there? Do you know what this represents? Just give me a good guess. What do you think? What is that? What is that graph? That graph represents unemployment. You know what the squiggle is right there? That's South Africa. But don't think that these countries at the bottom are all developed economies. They're not. And so one of the reasons I'm bringing some of this to conclusion is the problem we have is that in a country like South Africa, with what I've just shown you, if I go back, the slowest economies actually had much larger percentage of jobs with routine intensive roles. And what we are doing in this country is we are painting ourselves into an intensive type of, routine intensive role economy. That's what we're doing. And if you want to get out of it, to get out of that rut, you need to really think about that, which is incumbent on schools, universities, but especially also the government in terms of their thinking on where we take some of this. I think we've got the people potential, and I'll bring that to a close. So in terms of where we are and what we need to think about is that we are moving into an economy, into a world where jobs will be made redundant, whether we say so or not. Not people. I didn't say that. And that means that we need to reskill. And so just in terms of thinking about what that world looks like to work with our jobs, we need to find answers to some of these questions. Is somebody qualified? What tasks do we require people to do? And let's be more specific about that. And this is not a job description. And how could we bundle tasks together with capabilities to make a better match? How can we also use smarter AI technologies to help us understand what big problems are and which people in this room I could put together to better solve those problems? I can use tools like organizational network analysis. In fact, if all of you were on Microsoft and Microsoft Teams, I'd be able to do some of that analysis almost off the bat now. But I think most importantly is also this. As we move into these organizations and we use these smart tools, we also need to think that organizations themselves will change. I'm doing a little bit of work on algocratic organizations. These are organizations that self-organize using software. If you think they don't exist, they already do in the software world. But really, this is a thinking about organizations that will be more fluid, driven by what algorithms tell us are the best ways to combine. And we're already seeing some of that in terms of what organizations look like today. We still think that organizations are neat hierarchies. I often ask this question, where do you think we get our idea of organizational design and these beautiful hierarchies? The CEO and the deputy CEO and the CFO. Where do we get those models from? I'm trying to do a little bit of research, but help me. Where do you think? Sorry? You're absolutely right. So we've got these military models that we still think are apt to use in 2022, which are the models on which we base most of our economy. Some of them work for some things, manufacturing does well with military precision. But the truth is, most organizations will move to models that are probably more about a central core, and then people that are additive. I work at VSLS. VSLS only has gig workers. Even the CEO is a gig worker. And the rest of it is brought into the organization, and they are additive. So we use animators, and we've got movie producers, and we've got script writers, and we've got HR consultants. That's all around that. And then, do we use legal advice? Yes, we do, but that's augmented. We buy that in. And lastly, on the periphery, we have perhaps somebody who we'd call a contractor. Truth is, though, we view all of them as employees of the organization, because we're all responsible for those skills. And this is perhaps the other difference, is if you start thinking about it this way, then an organization, be they a telco or a mine, will start being responsible for the entire ecosystem. And so in this net positive, net negative world, which is hopefully more net neutral, organizations will start thinking about their role therein. And so a few things. For governments, I think they need to really plan for a future workforce. And by that I mean really plan, not twiddle. Help young people with platforms to connect to employers, to connect to each other, to make it easier. There are people, Yomobi does a little bit of this. And then increase the safety nets. Hell, we have not done that for the young people in the country. And in fact, Jason Bygate, in working with some of the work that he does around robotics, his biggest problem are psychosocial problems, not the technical issues. In corporates, I think it's incumbent on people to upskill and reskill people. I don't think that we can do many 198s anymore. You can't just let people go. You'd have to reskill and upskill them to take on the future. In countries like Luxembourg and Singapore, I know they're small and they're probably a little bit more homogenic, they are doing these projects on massive scales. They are paying for the retraining of their people. And then lastly, if you thought having a degree was going to make it, it's probably not. So you're up for a lifelong learning skills. I'm trying to do that. I've changed one job and I'll be doing that soon. I'm putting myself under pressure. Hope you can all do that as well. But probably the biggest thing that I do want to leave you all with is that amongst all of this, there is one thing that we as Africans excel at. And so whereas the 1800s was about a muscle economy, and in the 1960s it was the era of brains, I do think Brené Brown's got it right when she says we're in the era of the heart. And as much as all of this is true, the only way to solve this is in these human-to-human connections. And we, as a country, as a continent, can really make a difference if we can help the world with those skills that will make those kinds of differences. And so will AI take the jobs? They surely will. Is there something we can do? Yes, I think there is. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Barry. I'm very glad that you did fill our bucket with capabilities and not have us all walking out here feeling AI has taken over. So thank you very much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, this is now the end of our morning session. You're all very welcome to be students, if you can please come down, who will accompany you across to the hub where we'll be having lunch. And I would like to ask everybody to please be back. We're slightly behind time, but if we could all be back here at 13:30. But I can assure you our honor students will get you back here as well. So thank you very much and enjoy your lunch. Right, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the fresh air and luncheon in our hub. A very warm welcome to everybody and also to our guests and speakers who have arrived this afternoon. We're delighted to have you here. Before we begin with the proceedings, you will have all received a double sheet Erasmus Success. Could I ask you to please fill this in and just put it on the table when you leave this afternoon? It is absolutely imperative that we have this kind of feedback for Erasmus, that they know this was really happening and that we did what we did. So please, if everybody, and if you don't have one of these, we will provide for you before the end of the session this afternoon. It is now my great pleasure to move to what this is all about, the youth, the employability of the youth. And I'm very, very proud to introduce to you this afternoon my colleague, Mr. Hannes Engelbrecht, who's a lecturer in the Department of Historical and Heritage Studies. He's also been a key member of the Erasmus team, guiding and launching many of the programs that we've done and taking much of the stuff that has come out of Erasmus and making it happen in our department. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to my colleague, Mr. Hannes Engelbrecht. Thank you.
It went on its own. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm actually the trailer, shall we say. I'm here to just give us a brief overview of what we have done in the work for Erasmus, from our department and from our faculty's sides. So I'm just creating a little bit of context from the context that we did this morning. So what have we done with this project? It started with research, as Prof. Libbe highlighted, started with a problem, employability, started with the employability of graduates for the future, potentially, all of these things. So what have we done? So we've gone through a couple of trainings, as Eva has mentioned earlier as well, for staff to also upskill themselves and to implement and develop some of these skills in our graduates or our students. So you'll see I wanted to perhaps point at, if the pointer wants to work, but perhaps just point at the idea of one of the things that we perhaps should be thinking. My title there is lecturer, and one of the things that occurred to me while doing all of this training is perhaps we in tertiary institutions should start thinking of ourselves as facilitators of learning rather than teachers or lecturers, because the style of standing in front of a lecture hall and lecturing should perhaps move to other projects as well. So some of the key skills that have already been highlighted throughout the project that we focused on developing and implement in our teaching and training at both departments and at the faculties of humanities and also economic and management sciences in our various disciplines have been to develop these skills that were highlighted by the initial research: creativity, problem solving, digital and technical skills, work in collaborative settings, perhaps those competencies of adaptability and flexibility. The students will know me as the lecturer that says, figure it out. That idea of giving a task and figure it out rather than just teaching or lecturing. And then an important one for South African context: entrepreneurship, communication, social responsibility, and then also time management skills. So just to give some context in the department itself, we have actually had the UP Campus Tours, which is a live project, which is run for 20 years, where the students have been given the business or the simulated business of UP Campus Tours. They have to take the tours, do the research, deal with the finances, do the marketing, social media, everything. But now we've started incorporating new aspects to our training from this course. And some of the approaches that we covered throughout the training that we did for the SUCSESS project as well is inquiry-based learning, in-service learning, flipped classrooms, again, collaboration, simulations, which we already employ quite a bit in our module courses, live projects, design sprints, hackathons, certifications, professional accreditations, and work-integrated learning. Technological tools, there has been many. Some of those technological tools have also been partners, and they're sitting in the audience. Where to? The first one there is itinerary software for tourism. ArcGIS we got from colleagues in the geography department. And then we have those smart sims, simulator software in the business management fields as well. And then some teaching technologies, Flipgrid during COVID. We had to do videos, presentations for communication skills. So the students were required to do that on Flipgrid, as a lot of our work also developed skills like communication by doing presentations, speaking to each other. And then Padlets are just useful, and then also Creative Cloud or similar software. We had WeVideo, others that we've implemented in creating content. One of those industries, those creative industries that perhaps will not be replaced by AI, if I'm correct, to develop those kind of skills. And then just what some of you who will join us tomorrow will see are technology that we employed for this project, the Digital Capability Lab or the Employability Lab, which Prof. Libbe has also mentioned. And that's just in action using ArcGIS software and working in groups in collaboration with community partners as well. And then industry and community collaborations, there are many. I'm just mentioning the ones that I see in the audiences here: the Department of Tourism, South African Heritage Resources Agency, Where to, the Mamelodi Historical Society, UP Museums, sort of both internal and external to our organization, Enterprises UP, Junior Taki, UP Career Services, who we've started collaborating more as a result of this project, and then others like the South African National Biodiversity Institute. And that is it for my trailer. I try to keep it as brief as possible. I think the more important thing is for the students to tell us their story, because it is about their employability and their future. So that being said, they will introduce themselves individually. I was asked that they want to introduce themselves. So without further ado, our first student group is the Honours Students in Department of Historical and Heritage Study, and they will be talking about using industry tools.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to our second session. I am Phumzile Mahlangu, and I'm with my colleagues Selina, Inelwe, Cindy, and Ompile. Well, for the industry too, we were given a task. To create an itinerary for a South African festival. Well, we used Where to develop an itinerary. So the itinerary included accommodation for our tourists, their costs, their daily schedule for the tour, and the and the details of the festival. And when we also had to submit a written description about the festival that we chose, so the written description consisted of origin and a background of the festival, the entertainment that was included and not included as a tour package for our stakeholders, and we also had to do an oral presentation using our written description of the festival. So we did our oral presentations, and then we had to upload our presentations on Flipgrid so that we can interact with our colleagues. So for those of you who don't know what Where to is a tourism industrial tool that we use that helps you create itineraries, manage travel content, and sell travel. The software also aimed to create an interactive platform with various stakeholders worldwide and, of course, encourage travel.
For training by Wetu, we trained online. We had to do lessons online, and then after the lesson, you had to write the test, and if you passed the test, you proceed to the lesson. I think we had 6 lessons or 7, and after completing the lesson, that's where you could get access to download the Wetu certificate. After downloading the Wetu certificate, then you had the knowledge to complete the task that we were given to create the itinerary around the South African festival.
Okay, so how do we use it? So basically, like my colleagues have stated, we have used the software to actually create itineraries from scratch. We had to actually think as business people, take into consideration the time, periods, and durations, as well as the group itself. So we have here an itinerary example. So here you only will see 4 pictures. There are 15 in total. So this itinerary was actually catered for a group of friends, adults, and they had various interests and preferences. So with each day, we're starting from literally their arrival at the airport. We calculate from the airport up until their destination, and then from the destination, what activities are they going to do? Also, we have to take into consideration that these people were on the air for some time, and then others had to drive to the destination. So the activities had to be relatively mild, and then as days go on, the activities escalate, catering to each and every individual's preference and interest, and as well as cuisines. And then if you look, there's the beautiful, I think that's a springbok. So you have that, the whole itinerary just does not only tell you about the departure, the cuisine, the time period, the time for dinner, if dinner is included in your package, the prices, but also there is information about the certain activities that you're going to do. If it's like horseback riding, it actually explains what you can expect. And in terms of the festival, this was specifically around the Kalahari Festival, the Kalahari Desert Festival, which took about 3 days. And then this itinerary also included like expert opinions from tourist guides, which is us. So things like bring a hat, water bottle, and whether or not you would need to bring cash, or there would be lunch that is part of your itinerary. And this is on my left. You can see the day and then the time frames and all of that. And then on the other side, you can see all the information about South Africa as a whole, and as well as the information on the lodge itself, where they will be staying.
Okay, so I will be getting to the cherry on the cake. Of course, there's always a benefit to doing this type of training. So yeah, this is just another example of a Flipgrid snapshot. Students were presenting their festival on Flipgrid. Right, so like I said, I'm getting to the good stuff, which is the benefits of using Wetu. Right, so like my colleagues have mentioned, we went through a training. So we got a certificate for that, and consequently that makes us more employable, and it gives us experience on using an industry tool. So as the topics have been going from since the whole event started, we've been talking about employability and how the youth needs to be employed. So it was just a stepping stone for some of us to put on our CVs so that we can be more employable. Right, and this is just an example of a certificate that you receive after completing the Wetu training.
And I will just be wrapping up just about what my colleagues have said. So I just want to start by saying that like during my undergrad and then just doing tourism, we've always had like itinerary as just a theory, right? So having to actually build one and being on the other side of you having to cater for like your customer, more of like your tourist in the scenario, was such cool experience because it was more of a work integrated learning and at the same time using technology, which is what most of the speakers were just reflecting on what needs to be put into action about technology and, you know, developing technology for the youth. And then also the benefits that Okay. Also, the benefits that it has, like, towards us, as you guys have seen from what has been showed, from putting it on our CV, being able to showcase the certificate on our CV, and also the skills that we learn was really, really amazing. And then on behalf of the Department of Historical and Heritage Studies, I would like to thank Mrs. Kate and Mr. Paul Deval for giving us such a great opportunity to explore, especially using this type of technology. And it is great to see your face, just because it was COVID last time, so we just saw you on the screen. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for those insights, the Where To team. This is how we've been planning this. Where To team, this team, that team. So without further ado, I'm just going to introduce our next team of students, also honors students in the Department of Historical and Heritage Studies. And they will be illustrating one of the teaching methodologies we used, as well as some interesting tech. And it's a presentation entitled Innovative Ideas.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tabang Mamburu. With me, I have Mr. Gerrit Nel, Ms. Jocelina Mkajwa, Ms. Angie Clark, and Mavis Kosa. So we are going to be presenting to you today our innovative ideas. So initially, there's a term called Design Sprint. It's part of the Erasmus Plus project. We were initially tasked to create a prototype for the UP Museum. So we had to, for the briefing, we had Mr. Mutena as our UP interpretive officer. He was our client. So basically, we were supposed to incorporate ideas into our prototype, of which we were supposed to create a souvenir for the UP museums. So in our prototype, we were supposed to incorporate the 100 years that the museums are celebrating. So we were given the tools, and we were told that we are supposed to work with the Makerspace people. Makerspace, it's a workshop in the University of Pretoria Hertford campus where students can come with their ideas and create prototypes using 3D scanning, 3D coping, and 3D modeling. So what is a design sprint? So the concept of design sprint comes from the sprint book, where companies are given, companies such as the Google, they are given a task to create a prototype in less than 5 days as a group. So day number one, you need to understand what the customer wants, what the customer needs. You need to create some sort of Slides? Doesn't slides. Yeah. Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you are from South Africa, you'd understand we are used to this life, the load shedding life. So as I was saying before, so day number 2 is where you need to incorporate all ideas into one. Each member of the team comes with his or her idea, and then on day number 3, we decide which idea is the best. And then day number 4, it's where the real work begins. So basically, it's where we send our designs, our designs and everything to the makerspace people to do the printing work. And then on day number 5, this is where we validate. This is where we meet the community and the other clients outside our organization to show our prototype and to see if it's usable or not. Thank you.
Hello. On day 1, this is us as the 3 groups that we're divided into. We're exploring our different museums that we have at the University of Pretoria, trying to find the ideas that we can use using one of the collections that they have. And then on the second day, this is where we diverged, everyone coming up with their own different idea. This is where I believe as a group we learned that communication is very much vital in this industry. It is very important to listen, to understand, not only to listen, to hear the noise around you, because we had to narrow down all the big ideas into one simple thing that we all love and appreciate. And then on the third day, this is where the real work began, because we had to decide and then send our designs to Makerspace and taking our ideas and making them a reality. Like, it was so amazing for me to be able to print out something that I've designed, like from paper to reality. And as you can see, different groups working on their pieces and all of that. And then on day 4, prototype, that is where we got our designs from Makerspace. We're refining them, checking out if they work, if they are viable for the real world, and just checking if they can last longer. And then day 5, this is where we validated our work, communicated with our client, and they were proud of what we came up with. From this experience, we learned so much skills that I think we will use, or I believe that we will use in the real world of work, and we are very much grateful for this opportunity from Erasmus Plus and also the DHHS. Thank you.
Okay, so there were 3 different groups. I'll briefly just explain group 1 and then group 2. So group 1 was called their product the Timeless Clock. So in the background here, you can see is our beautiful old arts building, and they're holding their prototype of their souvenir, which is a timeless clock. So it's a clock that can spin in its holder as well. So as we were divided into 3 groups, each group did something better than the other. So one thing that group 1 did really well is that they discussed different types of materials that the product could be used in. So they looked at their timeless clock being made out of glass, being made out of wood, as well as obviously the plastic from the 3D printers, and then also different metals. So they looked at silver, bronze, and copper. Group 2, which is us, we created the UP Museum's memory box. So we had a little slogan, which was illuminating UP museums since 2022. One thing that we did quite well is that in our briefing, we had to look at mass production and how that would work. So we created 2 different options. One option using the printers at Makerspace, which, as Tabang explained, is the 3D workshop, or 3D printer workshop rather, on campus. And then option 2 was printing it yourself. Obviously, option 2 has a bit more upfront costs, but we figured out that in the end, version 2, so option 2, doing it yourself, ends up making a cheaper individual product. We did have a budget of 100 Rand. Okay, so with our design, we also have, as you saw on a previous slide, our box actually lights up. So we looked at different possible lighting sources, such as candle, like those electric candle lights, individual LED lights, as well as a string of fairy lights. Then we also discussed a possible selling price for these products. We decided that we could do it in 3 different sections. So one would be a complete memory box, which has the 4 lithophanes, which made up the walls. Lithophanes are quite cool because if you actually hold it up to a light, you can see through it, which is why we included the light inside. Then so you're buying those, as well as the frame, as well as the light source for 150 Rand. Then the box, but excluding the lighting source for slightly less, 130. And then part of our design was that you could actually buy each lithophane or each wall individually. So it's a fully customizable box. So if someone wanted to buy a different or an additional lithophane, they could do that for an additional 12 Rand. Right.
So I'm presenting on Group 3's prototype. So they decided on making a key holder. So one thing that they did well is that they were able to focus on the usability of the key holder, which you can see it can be attached into keys, can be used for decoration. You always have it with you, and it included all the UP students. And these are the software tools that we use, the blender, and then the lithophanes maker, Tinkercad, as well as the builder.
Okay, so we were divided into 3 groups. So group 1 was WI at UP, so they were We Innovate at UP. And then their experience was that we gained knowledge, learning different software, dealing with team dynamics. So they also said that don't watch the clock, do what it does, and it is keep going. So the second group was the sprinters, so also the group that won the design sprint. So our experience were that the design sprint enabled us to experience various technology we had not yet experienced. We got to learn how to be creative while still cooperating in a group. And then group 3 were the conquerors, and then the experience was that the design sprint taught us patience and how to work as a team. So I just want to say thank you to Mr. Stephen Motena, Dr. Talinel, and then all the people that were involved in the design sprint, and then the skills and knowledge we learned while we're doing this design sprint really helped us to adapt the things that we're putting into our CV to make us more employable. So thank you.
Okay, so from innovative ideas to citizenry responsibility. So our next group, which will also be honors students from the Department of Historical and Heritage Studies, will be presenting on a project that we worked together with a community group, also using software and so forth, but I'll let them tell you the story.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mashantie. This is a presentation by myself, Sam, Victory, Innocentia, and Lindo. So we were presented with a collaboration with the community leaders so that we do a community project. And we're gonna touch on the presentation of the proposal to us by the community project. We're going to touch on the background and the history of Mamelodi. We're going to touch on meeting the community leaders, taking the tour to Mamelodi, and the story maps, which is one of the softwares that we were involved in, and our overall experience with the project. So Mamelodi-based community project. So on the 1st September 2022, we met Dr. Martine Jordan, who is head of community based research and postgraduate studies at the at the Mamelodi campus. She presented a session to the Bachelor of Social Sciences Honors in Heritage and Cultural Tourism students, which is us. We created story maps with Mr. Lawrence Sneeman, who is the senior cartographer of the Department of Geography. We also explored different aspects of the history of Mamelodi with the community leaders, members. We took a tour of Mamelodi with the community leaders being our tourist guide, and we had an opportunity to also interview some of the members that are from the Mamelodi.
Good afternoon, everyone. And then I will be touching on the background and history of Mamelodi. So actually, Mamelodi is built on top of a farm called Vakfontein. And then, but then in 1953, it changed to Mamelodi, aka Mums. And then it used to only accommodate blacks only, but then a lot of people came to Mamelodi to live there, people from Limpopo, and then now it accommodates to Botswana, Bapedi, and all of the other races. And then, interestingly, Mamelodi is actually divided into two. It's Mamelodi West as well as Mamelodi East. And then I'll be talking about meeting the community leaders on the 1st of September. So we met them on the 1st of September, and we were divided into groups of 4. Already we were given themes to choose from, and then group 1 chose, okay, I can't see clearly, but group 1 chose the events and sites in Mamelodi, which was led by Glenn Mukwena, and then group 2 chose the life in Mamelodi, which was led by Rev Chris Gomo, and then group 3 chose famous people in Mamelodi, which was led by Mampute Ramagoshi, and then group 4 chose education in Mamelodi, which was led by Ms. Mfana Matibela. So the reason why we had the community leaders is because they know Mamelodi like they are back of their hands. So that is why they came and helped us with the whole Mamelodi project, which was such a great experience. So, and we are thankful for that. So that is why they played a big role in helping us knowing Mamelodi, and we learned a lot about Mamelodi, things that we didn't know.
Good afternoon, everyone. On the 14th of September, we took a tour to Mamelodi to visit some of the iconic places in Mamelodi. And our first stop on our tour was the Solomon Mahlangu Freedom Square, which was constructed in 1993. It was designed to be a tourist attraction. And then it consists of the Solomon Mahlangu statue, which was officially opened in 2005. Solomon Mahlangu, he was a famous African National Congress military wing from the Umkhonto weSizwe. And then our second stop was the Moritile Park, which usually hosts a jazz festival in Mamelodi. It is famous for its jazz music festival in Mamelodi. And then our third stop on the tour was the Dr. Fabian Ribero's house. As we know, Dr. Fabian Ribero, he was popular in Mamelodi to become the people's doctor. So he and his wife were helping the community during apartheid, assisting the community in terms of funding the community with any assistance that they needed. And then our next stop was the Mamelodi Rondovels, which were also popular during the Bantu education. They are well known for the Bantu education system. And then we also visited the Mamelodi schools. We also saw Mamelodi Secondary School, which was the first high school to be constructed in Mamelodi. And then our next stop again, it was the Mukhale Mountains, which is a sacred place for the community in Mamelodi. They were used for different reasons, and they are very important to the community. And then our final stop on our tour, it was the Mutong African Heritage Trust Village, whereby we met Dr. Ephraim Mabena, who is a traditional healer from Mamelodi, who turned a dumping site to become a friendly place which is used by the whole community. And the site features a large garden where indigenous medicinal plants are being preserved and a bird sanctuary. And then people are taught various ways of African medicine and healing procedures in the park. And then the site is in partnership with various institutions and departments such as the University of Pretoria, Tshwane University of Technology, UNISA, and the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research and the Department of Science and Technology. The site has won various awards such as Best Field Care and Best Rehabilitation Project and many more.
So, as some of my colleagues have already elaborated, we did a story mapping and we did our training with the geography department. So you might be wondering, what is a story map? So a story map is an authorizing web-based application that allows you to share your map in the context of narrative, text, and other multimedia context. So with our story map, we're able to use pictures and videos to put it together into like the historical space for Mamelodi. So we did our research on the Mamelodi historical sites while collaborating with the Mamelodi Historical Society. So this was done through like oral video, which was like some type of like oral histories. We were able to record that from prominent members in Mamelodi who were able to live through some of the events and were able to give us a lot of information about those events and the historical significance of the places because they are a part of the community. So we were able to do video interviews with them, which gave us a lot of experience in, first of all, conducting an interview, while also giving us like the social skills of conducting an interview. We were able to use the ArcGIS software from the Department of Geography, which was provided to us by Dr. Martina Jordan. So we used the digital capability labs in our various groups to make use of this software, which was able to enrich our lives and make the story mapping experience better. So these are some of the examples that we had of the story maps. So like on this side you have the one about the education in Mamelodi. So it starts from a broader view and then it zooms into your specific place and allows you to actually get to know the place as though you like coming from a world view and like directing your view into Mamelodi. And on the other side, you have like the various sides, which allows you to move from one side to another while also like learning different things about the site. So you have text-based, you have multimedia, you have pictures, you have an interactive map, which allows you to engage more with your site.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is our overall experience with the community project. So our interaction with the community leaders was fantastic, as they are well informed about the history of Mamelodi, which made the project a success. As a group of students, we learned that Mamelodi is not bad, as some of us pointed out to be. Ikasla Makasi, a township amongst township. Being part of this community project was very informative, inspiring, extremely relevant, and extremely interesting, as we got a chance to collect oral histories from the people who were either the part of history or who know the history. Our highlights of doing the projects include eating the spatlo, as they call it in Mamelodi, of which is a quarter of a bread, hollowed out nicely, filled with chips, polony, and Russian, to name a few. And also, we got a chance to learn more about the Geographical Information System software, of which helped us a lot when we were creating our story maps, and lastly, when doing the interviews with the community leaders. with great honor and respect from the Department of Heritage and Historical Studies, we would like to give special thanks to Dr. Martina Jordan, Mr. Glenn Mukwena, Mr. Maputi Ramahoshi, Mr. Mfana Matibela, Reverend Chris Nkomo, who is with us today, also Prof. Berendan Leber, Mr. Hannes Engerbrecht, Mr. Lawrence Sneyman, and Ms. Azile Mdleleni, who is doing her PhD in the Department of Geography, Geoinformatics, and Meteorology. Thank you so much.
Okay, then we shall move on to our colleagues in the Department of Business Management. Another perspective, the multidisciplinary approach. We've been working quite closely together with the staff, but it's my pleasure to introduce to you one of their PhD students, Carla Westhuizen, and she'll be talking to us about using simulations in teaching.
Thank you, Mr. Niemann. No, Engelbreg. So I'm representing the Department of Business Management from not only a PhD student's perspective, but also a teaching perspective. I did this simulation not once, not twice, but 3 times in my studies, and I had the honor to facilitate with other lecturers. So what you can expect from my presentation today, just a little bit about me, then about the simulation, then the simulation as a teaching experience within the business management department, and then the simulation, students and the enterprise, how it aligns with each other. So who am I? I'm a PhD student at the Business Management Department. I'm also a research assistant, an assistant lecturer, and a part-time lecturer. I think it's important to understand who I am, so what I tell you today is not just thumb-sucking or fake news, but I have a deeper understanding what the students are going through and how they interpret this not only in class, but in their work environment. So the simulation that we use at the Business Management Department, one of them is Mike's Bikes Advance, and Smart Sims was a little bit sneaky. If you have the first letters of each word, it says MBA, if only. In the simulation at the University of Pretoria, they manage their own bicycle manufacturers. So they have to create a bike and sell it to people. But if it only, I wish they would understand it from the first point of view, that it's not just selling bikes, it's creating a bike, creating an environment, competing against other groups. Then it's really a real-world business experience. They have to look at finances. They have to look at marketing, at spending. Later, I'll get to the physical documents that they had to look at and analyze. Then they engage with critical functional areas, such as marketing, supply chain, which are one of them. Let me just make extra sure. And even the operationals and product development. So the students review all areas of the company to adapt to change. Now, I remember in my year, our lecturer she inserted a recession. So none of us could look out for this and ensure that we are capable to handle it. But in the real world, some person in the simulation, there are more than just a recession. So this is just one of the examples. They have the multiple levels of the business strategy that are being tested. And this was very interesting. We have MPhil students from different schools in the business development, business management department, where when they initially start, they only look at their field. They lean more towards the supply chain or entrepreneurship point of view. But we started combining groups, having supply chain, communication, entrepreneurship, etc. in one group, enforcing them to learn from each other while having to solve these issues. Then besides just the manual, the students have the opportunity, as Mr. Engelbrecht said, we tell them they have to figure it out. There are more than enough material available, not only online, but what we provide to them, and then they can solve it on their own. I think as a lecture point of view, it's easy to want to help them. It's easy to want to lead them until the end. It was very hard to let go. Then it's a limitless decision, giving each group a custom experience. As I said, the 3 times that I've played this game for marks, it was never the same. At the start, we were leading, we had the most funds, the most sales, and we finished last. I had a sir in my group that was a CA. And just to show you that with different experience, we learn so much from each other. If only we listened to him. Then, just one other example. I want to sit a little bit here. The numbers is, as I said, limitless. From 0 to infinity. Yes, you can go bankrupt in this game very early. And as a lecturer, you can insert funds as well. But we try to not do that. It goes forward. This is very professional. I did some extra background checking, and some companies, their lists and the reports look very similar to this. So it's experience to the students, being ready, being an equipped UP student, and the ideal employee after this. Some of the challenges during the use of this simulation, as I said, from the teacher and the student's perspective, we were only able to work on one computer. So now with the new technology venue, it will really enable all groups to see from one side, but with a bigger room to adapt and work together. Then there are 8 rollover years. So this is one session is 1 year. You have maybe an hour to an hour and a half per year. 8 is not enough. But we have to work with what we have. Some students say they wanted to do more. They had so much ideas. They had a long-term idea. But we have to remind them, you only have 8 years. Then moving on, students tend to lean towards the field. As I said, the supply chain and financial students with more financial background focused on the finances. The supply chain students focused on the warehousing, and they didn't even have bikes yet. So as a teacher, it was difficult to tell them, don't go into your field, but rather listen to the person that's more experienced in that field. But we leave it up to them to see in that group work what's going on. Then as a student, the technological difficulties. But it's a very great experience because it never goes away. It's how we managed it. And they did very, very well. One of the students charged their laptop while they were working on the other one. And as soon as the battery died, they switched out. So that was very innovative. They didn't understand the rules. That was very interesting. But as a student, as a teacher, you have to let them read it and learn it by themselves. Otherwise, I'm playing the game again. Then feeling demoted after the first final fail of the rollover, you get demotivated. But you have to explain to students, you do not get revenue or in your first year of your business being registered. You have to start somewhere, gain funds, and then on the incline in the long-term strategy is where you will gain the funds. And then not knowing how the competitors will react. So the groups that compete against each other were the competitors. And they were in 3 different industries or 3 different markets, where it was a creative bike, a recreational bike, or a mountain bike, sporting bike. So they never knew where the competitors were going to come in. But that's real world challenges. So we had them figure that out. And then the benefits of the simulation. Students with practical experience, we had very experienced students in this program that learned from the less experienced students that had different perspectives and vice versa. The groups and working together, much creativity, the same as in the students that spoke before me, creativity and innovation. That's one key element to make sure that you are the ideal employee one day for a company. Then skills development. So the students made sure that they understand formulas. We never gave them a formula, but now they understood, I need something additional to understand what's going on. And then bringing multiple schools together. I really enjoyed this because seeing not only, you get so tunnel vision when you study in your degree or in your school. And it's very interesting to see it does overlap, but there's so much more that you need to know if you want to strategically assist your company one day. Then the simulations impact, very important. The skills picked up from other members. You learn lifelong things. I still remember everything from my first experience with this, and I keep it with me close every day. The more effective teaching of strategic practices in the strategy. This is a very interactive way of learning with the students. Yes, it's also a game interaction of teaching, but you get questions of, ma'am, what would you have done? And they speak to other group members as well. Unteachable elements, such as what would you do with strategy? I saw that students really understood this part in the game. It's about strategy. And then UP students developed a more profound understanding of the whole corporate strategy. The students walked away here being really more capable of being employees that understand strategy and how their part is very crucial in a company. Then thank you, everybody. I want to know if there's any questions. Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm starting to talk before I'm close to the microphone. Tourist guides, we're used to walking and talking sometimes, although some have told me that's a bad habit. Thank you very much for that, Carla, and to all the students. Thank you for your inputs. It's after all about you, I think. And it's good that you presented your perspective to us as well. And I think that's the main point that I take away from what we've done and implemented throughout the SUCSESS project as well, is perhaps that thing that I started with and something that's been raised by other speakers this morning as well, is perhaps that term lecturer should change to facilitator in learning. Although it's very hard, I had to be refused access to the students during the design sprint by Prof. Harris. I was not allowed to get involved and help, as Carla was saying as well. But thank you very much, and I will give over to Prof. Harris then to continue the program.
Thank you, Hannes, and thank you to our students. You did us proud. It was really very well done. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have two more speakers on our program, and I'd like to introduce the head of our Department of Business Management from the University of Pretoria, Faculty of Economic and Management Sciences. Professor Alex Antonides is the head of the Department of Business Management, as I said, but also adjunct faculty to our Gordon Institute of Business Sciences. Interestingly, he's ahead of his game, always has been. Alex established the UP Business Incubator and also heads up the Mamelodi Business Clinic, which is an informal sector business incubator. He strives to implement the principles of the Entrepreneurial University by leading the entrepreneurship section of UP's work, readiness, entrepreneurship. And he has also steered the South African SMME support portal that offered specialized support to entrepreneurs during the COVID pandemic. He is, amongst many other things, also currently a non-executive director of the ZZ2 Group and Tux Innovation, and a member of the University of Pretoria's Council. Professor Antonides is going to speak to us about graduates for tomorrow, ready for work. And I don't think there's anybody else better who could do that. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much for the introduction. And I don't actually have to say much because Carla, where are you? She's actually the result of artificial intelligence. She's a robot. She's doing 4 jobs in one. And that's the type of graduates we want because that will solve the unemployment rate. They gave me the graveyard session because I'm probably going to repeat everything everyone said today, hopefully not, so sleep further if that's the case. I have to touch upon certain things that's happening in our country currently, and for the past couple of years actually. And the first one is youth unemployment. We all know it's probably over 70% now. Secondly, our youth entrepreneurial activity rate is also dropping, so less and less startups from the youth sector. And our graduate unemployment, that's our employment rate, that's at University of Pretoria, is also down from 93%. So the absorption rate of labour is low, and it's getting in a critical state. And then one of our best and top export products in South Africa is people, skilled people. Right, so that's also affecting a lot of things we do, and we have to address that, and that's part of my address today, is to look into what we actually do and to address all these issues in one. Now, in that context, and you've listened to a number of speakers today, I'm thinking of Barry, specifically Foster, and his specialized expertise in this world. The world of work is changing. Secondly, the world of learning is changing. I'm not even going to reflect upon COVID and what we've done there with Teams and ClickUp and all those wonderful platforms. No, all those platforms. And the way we teach, the way we learn, the frequency, the time we spend on learning, and also the methodology and edutech that we use is significantly different than 5 years ago. And then lastly, the world of tech itself is changing, which is an exciting world. And what you'll experience tomorrow physically is the future of teaching. It's not a virtual room, it's a physical room. And that's where things will happen. And addressing my first slide, certain issues there. So if we look at what's happening in this landscape of higher education, one phenomenon is a massive increase in private universities. Right, just a couple of them in the States and across Europe and so on, and more of them coming to South Africa as well. And are we competing? Yes, we are competing. Right, we're competing for the same pipeline. And what's the problem? Or not a problem, what's the positive actually? What do they do that's different than our higher education, publicly funded education institutions, is they innovate. Speed to market very fast. For us to introduce a new degree, 3 years. Then it's old. Committees and senates and things, that's part of our bureaucracy and part of the system. They also customize according to market needs, according to skills needs, according to capabilities and competencies. And then also the speed to market, I've mentioned that. They have the perfect career development process because you learn while you do your job. And they create a career path for you within that context and culture of that specific company. Can we do that at university? That's very difficult. That's the one difference between us and them. And they invest a lot of money in what they do. Right, top tech, top facilitators, not better than us, but they're quite good. But another thing we see is a big focus on Africa. Huge focus on getting our youth to study with them and to get employed in their countries as well. Right, so that's quite a phenomenon. There's a university in the States, I'm not going to mention their name, they're recruiting 100 million students from Africa to be future employment in that country. Right, so that's an interesting phenomenon, and should we listen and look at this? Most definitely. Right, it's more positive than we think. Now, this whole landscape is changing. If you just look at e-learning and online learning and all the cliches and buzzwords around that, the edtech company and space is changing significantly. These companies were not here 10 years ago, and they focus on specific areas or pockets or programs or even qualifications. So if we just look at Coursera, for instance, they have 76 million learners. They're involved in 500 companies, or they service them, more than 100 Fortune 500 companies, and they're involved in 6,400 universities and businesses and governments. And they do that, and this is significant, with 1,000 staff members. At this university, we service 65,000 students with 6,000 staff members. And they're only 10 years old, which we call exponential growth. They're in the same category than WhatsApp and Facebook and others. Second one is LinkedIn Learning. 16,000 courses. We as staff at this university can take some of those courses. Some are very good. Like I said, some of them are very good. And they're in different languages. That's a big plus, and it's bespoke. So you can customize your career path. Now, what is really interesting here is if you look at their business model, which is a platform-based business, is they've got all your details, right? And they drive their business by means of insight and by means of data. And so there's your profile, Riba. They know everything about you, even that baby that's coming in November. You take certain courses, short learning programs there, and they link it with certain job opportunities and jobs. So they follow and they contribute by means of what's the future of work, by means of data analytics and so on and so on. That's so clever. This should be what universities should do, actually, isn't it? So if we look at the graduates, the Carlas of the world, and many of you sitting here, and these brilliant students that presented, congratulations. Are we future fit? So on the one side, we sell qualifications. That's what you buy from us. That's our core product. And on the other side, we have the world of work. We want you to get a job, really. We're trying. But that gap is quite big. From the day you graduate, or the graduation, until you are productive in your workspace. The lead time is immense in many areas, not all of them. And we're working very hard to close that gap. And that's part of the future of work, and it's part of the stuff Barry spoke about and others. And I think all of you have seen this. And what we, on a generic level, have to integrate in our curricula are those 10 skills. And you'll see creativity. More than 5 of those include creativity. And that's one thing we have to emphasize more and more and more. If you look at the skills lab tomorrow, that's a space where you can play. It's a space where you can be creative, create prototypes, and make it. Right, so that's why we also have that. It integrates all of these top skills there, and the big one is creativity. Now, specifically looking at, and this slide keeps me awake as an HOD of a very big department, is the third component there, higher cognitive skills. That's required by the space or the workspace. How do we get students to think critically, creatively? I've looked at the number of third-year students' answer sheets the other day. I'm not going to say which subject, but it's something like strategy. And I'm worried. It's Googling. It's not thinking. It's the second brain, Google. It's not your own work. It's not plagiarism. You've mastered the art of plagiarism over the past 2 years. The most creative stuff we've seen in a long time. Exam groups working together on WhatsApp, using technology. It's fantastic. Good luck of the world of work. Where integrity is important, ethics is important. But how do we get students, as lecturers here, how do we get them to think, to solve problems, right? To use the most important organ, the brain. And that's one of our biggest challenges as academics in this space, is to get our students to solve problems by means of critical thinking and creative thinking. Social and emotional skills, also important. You are used to a screen and a boring professor who tries to engage with you over the past 2 years. That's over now. Magic happens in the classroom, and these kind of things should happen there now. Those of you in action learning or in contact universities, I know now after COVID that's the best space to learn. It's a privilege if you can be there, and most definitely working much better than online. It depends on the nature of the subject. And then all the tech skills, which I think you've learned a lot about today, and you'll see them in practice tomorrow as well. At the University of Pretoria, I'm not biased, it's just a case study of the best university on earth. And what we have here, and focus on to address very specific issues, which I've mentioned in the first slide, is not only employability. We have a different scope. We include self-employability. So entrepreneurship should be part of our thinking. Our job absorption rate is low. So what's the other option? Probably the best option. Who are the wealthiest people on earth? Who can tell me? Do they work for salaries? You must see yourself, goodness. Some are asleep, oxygen shortages, and so on. Right, they're entrepreneurs. Right. They create jobs. They contribute to socio-economic development. And that's a big priority at the University of Pretoria. We not only look at work readiness and employability, but also self-employability and entrepreneurship. So what do we do? What vehicles are we using? One of them is the Center for the Future of Work, which is an interdisciplinary center meaning that we use all 9 faculty together to conduct research in determining the future of work, looking at new skills and skill sets and competencies and so on, new technology as well. So that's the first priority. Secondly, to look at generic skills that should be included in your curricula, but secondly also discipline-specific skills. So that's the job of the center essentially, and then translate that into curricula and inform them how to and what tech is involved, edutech is involved there, or possible there. Right, so we also have a very strong work readiness approach and entrepreneurship approach. So these figures are changing as we speak. It's free for our students, so all of them have access to work readiness specific courses, categories in career planning, power skills, nothing to do with gym, job preparation and your career itself. And then we have an online entrepreneurship course, which runs over 4 weeks. I think currently 5,000 students busy with that course, and it's free. So fees did fall. And we are managing the process after that as well, which I'll show now. So these are the courses our students can take to enable them to be work ready. And it ranges from stress management to EQ and workplace ethics and things that are very important in the world of work, and many more. And currently we have 17,000 students going through these courses, which is just brilliant and hopefully preparing them. The next step for us is to work with enterprises, our company, short learning program company, and this is a brand new process that we'll embark on next year. And that is to prepare learners before they study for the future. Right, so what we've seen is that a lot of students, oops, wrong button. A lot of students study what they should not study. All right, you all know what I'm talking about. You study law or medicine because you were told to do that. And you have absolutely no aptitude or passion for it. So we want to prevent that with this new program. And why do we want to leap you into the future with this? Right, so the first thing is you have absolutely no career guidance. I don't know what's happening in schools, whether it's better now or what's the situation there, but we meet a lot of students who are not happy with what they study because they didn't have prior knowledge or information readily available. Secondly, you're just not ready, you're not mature. You're going to waste your time on socialization, which is very important, but the balance is normally not there. So you're not ready to study, which is also fine. And secondly, you're in an environment where you're not exposed to future skills or future technology, and that's a big portion of our country. So we will try to address all 3 of them by means of this program. It's a 9-month program. It's 45 days, intensive on campus. So these students or learners will experience University of Pretoria. And they have 3 different things they'll do over the 9 months. The first one is capstone streams. So the first component is neuroresilience and wellness. We will work and walk with the brain, starting to get to think. And critical and creative thinking as well. There's a whole component on creativity and innovation. Dr. Borman is sitting there and ready to introduce that and cultivate that. And then we also have digital transformation, taking you from switching on an iPad to coding, right through. Very specific skills that you can use while you study and while you work later. And then communication skills. We meet you in the first year and we realize this is lacking. It's a different spelling than what we used to. And it's difficult to give you marks if that spelling is not aligned with our memo and so on. So we want to fix that. Business writing, business communication, basic presentation skills, negotiation skills even, and it will be very practical. There are no textbooks in this leap year. The second tier is formative streams. It's an entrepreneurial mindset process to think new, to think differently. And if you want to, you can start a business through the process as well. There's also responsible leadership. As you know, corruption and things like that is one of our national sports, and it's doing exceptionally well. So we want to sort of change that more into a positive thing, and understanding ethics and work ethics and basic things in a very collaborative peer learning process there. Finances, we'll start with personal finance, which is also lacking. It's a skill that's not presented at school level. And then formal finance and also the economics. How does the economy work? How do you save? Why do you save? Where do you invest? And so on. So that's a very practical thing as well. And then very important, a big differentiator is social impact. And what you've done there and what you've showed us, those students, that's exactly what will happen. So we have the Mamelodi Business Hub. And each of these learners and groups will engage with poverty. They will engage with big questions, and they will help micro-entrepreneurs and make them formal in 9 months. So that's part of the leap year there. And then lastly, basically one of the most important parts is to expose you to the real world of studying and work. So each faculty will explain what the curricula is about, curriculum, APS scores, all those wonderful things, but also we'll have someone from practice who will explain the real world of work, the future of that work as well. So if you want to study medicine, it's not that glamorous. And this doctor will tell you about it. So we want to merge practice with theory, or the curriculum, and that will be a physical process, experiencing our veterinary sciences campuses, experiencing GIBS, our business school, experiencing all the different faculties. And I think that's quite unique, especially in a country where career guidance is an issue. And this will prepare you to study at any university, preferably at this one, but it will prepare you to study and enjoy your studies and study the correct thing. Another process we're busy designing, it's by no means approved, is to look into student employment, because as I've mentioned, it's a big issue. We call it the C3P, it's a career catalyst program, and it's 2 components. It's a Generation UP on the one side and the Start UP on the other side. And that process is quite unique because we want to use our supplier ecosystem. Those who sell stuff to UP, those who provide input goods like computers and books and all of that, it's surprisingly how much we spend on supply, right? So we want to reverse the process and say, but if you want to do business with this university, you have to employ our students. Is that legal? I don't know yet. We're not there in that phase, but we are looking into it. So there are different options, and you get marks and points for that, rather, points in your scorecard. So if it's work-integrated learning or job shadowing, which is also important, is part-time. If it's full-time, you get a lot of marks on your scorecard. So when you tender or you do business here, that will be beneficial for you. This is just design thinking, makerspace stuff. But I believe a solution. If we can replicate this in 26 universities in South Africa, we can create 1 million jobs. That will bring the figure down with 5%. Right, so that's our responsibility. It has to work. Also, alumni will be involved in the process. Now, what about the entrepreneurs? A lot of student entrepreneurs start without experience, and then they something we call fast fail due to lack of experience. So we want to engage them in this process as well. You have an idea. At the University of Pretoria, we have a full-on entrepreneurial ecosystem, which was not operational during COVID because it's such an applied science. We take you through a whole awareness process. That's the online course and many other things. We enable you via our makerspaces and also the skills lab, which you'll see tomorrow. We have a lot of training courses as well, and then we have a strong incubation system. Right? We have a technology incubator, Tax Innovation, which is focusing on high-tech, high-flying entrepreneurs, gazelles as we call them, and we're busy looking at the equity fund to assist them and fund them as well. And then we have the Mamelodi Business Hub, which is for any student or any community member for free. Everything we do is for free. And to help them through the entrepreneurial process to start, after learning, after mentorship, and so on. So we want to engage them with suppliers as well. So you walk with the entrepreneur, the supplier, you learn. Also job shadowing, maybe mentorship. We will engage with our alumni process here as well to mentor these entrepreneurs towards feasibility and realism as well, which is lacking. And then investment. If you invest in these entrepreneurs, you get a very good score in your supply scorecard. Remember, it's not approved by any committees yet. But that's our plan to shape the future. That's our plan to address unemployment, youth unemployment directly. And it's part of the future of work and the future of entrepreneurship as well. So that's in short the graveyard session. What we do at this institution, we work with the EDHE to replicate at all universities, if possible, if interested, because we have that responsibility in South Africa and in Africa. I'm looking forward to see you tomorrow at that wonderful facility. And looking forward to shape this future with you. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Professor Antonitas. It was definitely not the graveyard session, but opening up the horizons. I'd like to say by the powers not invested in me, I grant you. But yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, to end our proceedings this afternoon, I would like to invite to the podium the Deputy Dean of Research and Postgraduate Studies of the Faculty of Economic and Management Sciences, Professor Karen Barak. She is, as I said, the Deputy Dean of this faculty, who's in partnership with our faculty in this project, and her research work is primarily focused on skills development of professional accountants and auditors, audit quality and governance with emphasis on the role of internal auditing. She is rated as a researcher by the South African National Research Foundation, and specifically she has a marked impact on the internal and external audit professions. For example, she led the CA2 2025 research team to develop the new competency framework for the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants. And on that note, Karen, thank you very much for wrapping up.
Talking about a graveyard shift, the concluding remarks definitely falls into that category. And Barry, I'm sure that AI will do a much better job than what I am doing today. But nevertheless, you stuck with me. So it gives me great privilege to close today's event and to take only a few minutes to do so. This event in which we celebrated success at UP, which formed part of the Erasmus Plus Success project that aim towards creating capacity. As it is clear from today's presentations that South Africa is experiencing an unprecedented youth employment crisis. Professor Cooper, in his introduction, called this crisis a pandemic in its own right. And my colleague, Carolyn, the economist, shared with us the bleak future, the economic future due to this crisis. And although the extent of this problem varies across the global world, it remains a wicked problem of our time. The solution is not simple. It requires a lot of integration by many role players and creativity, initiative, entrepreneurship, and I can quote many of you today. In UP research language, it requires a trans and interdisciplinary approach to co-create knowledge with industry as well as our other research partners. South Africa's youth employment is everybody's business. Today's speakers approach this topic and issue from different disciplines. They came up with innovative ideas and they made some suggestions for possible solutions. It made us just realize once again that youth unemployment is a complex issue and there is no simple solution. We need to handle it with care because we are treading on thin ice. And we all know that we're dealing with global warming. Throughout the day, the speakers demonstrated that our heritage counts and that we as educators and scholars can influence the beliefs and the behaviors of our students and our institutions. The student participants shared their examples and experiences of innovating tools, using industry tools, innovative ideas, community projects, as well as simulations to learn employability skills. As educators who are involved with youth on a daily basis, we have the responsibility to inculcate lifelong learning and employability skills, as well as an entrepreneurial mindset in our students. By forging links with other role players to enhance industry collaboration, we as educators can contribute to sustainable growth as well as quality employment opportunities for our students, and thereby drive social cohesion as well as active citizenship. Innovative practices driven by good leadership lead to responsible job creation, of which the tourism sector is a telling example. I truly hope that today's seminar is not a one-time event, but that it forms a foundation for many more seminars to be run on youth employment issues. Proven problem solving requires, firstly, involvement in determining the exact nature of a problem, then coming up with possible solutions, then eliminating the poor solutions or the poor options, examine the consequences, and finally find the best solutions. Events like today create a platform to exchange insights in the course of such a process. Workable solutions to complex problems come through evolution. And our keynote speaker, Ms. Stande, explained, we have to have a future orientation and an innovative mindset, as Alex also said, to ask the right questions so that we can make the novel discoveries. Many thanks to all the speakers for their interesting presentations filled with valuable insights. I also thank the audience for your attention. And I believe that you experience today in the seminar and see it as part of the development of workable solutions for our country's youth employment crisis. In conclusion, I have to remind you about tomorrow's launch of the Employability Lab. It is a space that creates opportunities for students and educators to embed new technologies in their teaching. This is a historical event at the University of Pretoria, and it is an opportunity not to be missed. I conclude by again recognizing everybody that contributed to today's event, Bernadine, you in particular. Also to Erasmus Plus for the funding and all our partners of the international universities, as well as partners working at other universities, doing research, and colleagues at the University of Pretoria. It is a great privilege to be part of today's event. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Barak. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, I would just like to remind you, as Professor Antonides has and Professor Barak has, tomorrow morning we are going to have a historic occasion. I'd like to add in a historic building, the oldest building on campus, which has been converted into this lab, which we will be launching tomorrow. And it is of such importance that our VC will also be attending tomorrow. So we will then be meeting on the Hatfield campus of the University of Pretoria, 8:30 for 9 o'clock. And when you come to the campus, if you ask anybody where the piazza is, you'll be heading in the right direction, and you then will find the area. There will be our wonderful honours students who are Heritage and Cultural Tourism honours students around, dressed again in their black, and they will assist you as well. So we see you then tomorrow morning, 8:30 for 9 for the launch of our lab. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Thank you so much.